That was very funny. When I read it aloud, at first I didn't see that because as I have my last name, with Alaska, just don't want to. Yeah, so let's go. Yeah.
Sitting down, that was empty.
No, no chairs. You're not at all. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good to know. It was broken like this also. It's there. Okay, let's start looking for a chair to sit down, grab a coffee, or your favorite hot beverage. Your open source working group is about to start.
Yeah, so good morning, or at least the ones who didn't come to the whiskey walk yesterday. Good morning for these. Sorry for the other ones. His fault that we had 9 a.m.
I just saw it was a 90-minute slot, and I was so happy we could get what 90-minute slot that I said, yeah, that slot is for us.
But we know that open source doesn't happen in the morning, but unfortunately this is ripe and we have to make it happen now in the morning. But so thank you for the ones of you who made it up. I hope a few more people wake up and walk in while we're going on.
Yeah. Good. So yeah, let's take a look at the look at the agenda. Yeah, this is like the welcome, and we have an agenda. The agenda has been online, so if there is no any other business, thank you very much. Then that's the agenda for today. Approval of the minutes from the previous working group meetings. Yeah, well, from the last one is also online, and we haven't received any comments from that. So thank you very much for the minutes, for the scribe to take the minutes, and we consider the minutes approved. We're going to have a very, very interesting item in the agenda, the one with the co-chair election. We'll get back to that in a second. And moving on, we also have a presentation from Valerie about how to credit open source contributors. Related topic also from Maria. We thought it would be something interesting to have different views on the same topic, one after the other one. And then we'll have a presentation about what the challenges in the area of QA are by one of our dear co-chairs. That's the agenda for today. So that's it. Let's move straight ahead to point B. How can I get back here? Let's go to point B.
Okay, so as you know, always in the fall we have co-chair elections, and that's the first time in the history of the open source working group where we actually got more candidates than opening slots, which thank you. I have to say, like, thank you for the ones who stand forward. It's really great. Oh, yeah. Because I started feeling that I may have to do that forever. Okay, so the candidates all agreed that the only candidate for the open slot summit. So we have basically one out of these 3 people which gets elected. And yeah, with that, what I want to do is a quick round of introduction. Each of the candidates will come up, have a quick intro, explain what they are, what their history is, or whatever they want to say, what they may want to do better, different. And then after that, you here have a chance to ask them questions if you have any. The elections itself will be on the mailing list afterwards, so there isn't an election here in the room. It's mainly there. We'll give you like 2 weeks afterwards on the mailing list to express your support for one of the candidates or multiple ones. And then we'll pick up like whoever is like selected there. And with that, basically, we start with the first candidate, which is Christian Scheele.
Yeah, good morning. So cool that you are here after the whiskey buff. So my name is Christian Scheele. It's pronounced. You better call me Chris for all convenience. I'm 51 years old and live in Bensheim, Germany, which is nearly the middle of Germany. I started networking, designing networking and networking solution using Linux and open source software for about more than 30 years ago. So my first job was at a really small ISP, which was coming up. It was called Nakama. So there are people who might know it. And I was helping them building the first infrastructure. A bit later, I joined the software company as one of the part owners. And I continued to work mostly with open source solutions, helping customer to get rid of Windows at this time. So I joined RIPE at RIPE 70. So I mostly try to be here every RIPE meeting. And I learned a lot in working groups, especially I really have to appreciate the work of the IPv6 working group. And this is why I think now it's time for me also to give back to the community, because I took a lot of things from RIPE, and now it's time for me to give things back and help out to make it to the future. I'm not really a deep developer, so I'm not developing a lot. My power is more to find bugs and to express them to other people and help to reproduce them, which is why some developers don't really like me. And I try to improve things and have also, I think I have sometimes also good ideas to improve things. So nowadays, our company provides the development and consulting services related to access points and routers. And our goal is to convince our customer to use open source and help contributing by opening part of custom developments that can be beneficial for the community. So mostly my vision here is we have new things coming up, like the Cyber Resilience Act, and I want to get through all this, what is coming up, together with other people, and I hope you elect me to go through this, whatever comes, and bring open source forward and make it safe for the future and my children. Okay, so that's my 2 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. As I said, you can ask a question afterwards. So Luca, back up.
Hello, my name is Luka Perkov. Nice to be here. I've been in open source for more than 10 years. I've managed a company who has been dealing mostly with open source. Our background was from small embedded devices, similar like Christian, and we expanded from there to switches and beyond. Open source is a special animal, so to say, where there needs to be a technical vision, solving technical skills and challenges, but there is also a way that requires some bit of political discussions and dialogue and all of these points. So I believe that RIPE is a great community where we can foster further open source, and I hope that we can use this platform to further advance open source in networking, right? Because I believe that we are not doing as much as it's possible to do, and that there is place for improvement. So with my skills, I would really like to contribute down this direction. So that's it from my side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ulka. And last, we have Sasha, Romain.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha Romain. You may have seen me on Tuesday here. I'm an independent software developer from Amsterdam, so I'm not really a network operator. I have my own ASN for fun, really. And so my main projects are IRRD, which is the IRR software that runs more than half of the major IRRs we have in our community. There's IRR Explorer, which is the IRR exploration tool from Stichting NL nog. And I'm also involved with Internet.nl, which is a sort of Dutch-focused standards compliancy testing tool, especially also aimed at helping governments do more standards compliance, including, of course, IPv6 and RPKI. And for all these projects, I like them because, for one, they're open source. All of my work is pretty much open source, but also there's a lot of community guidance in there. There are community tools. And we try to make decisions that are good for everyone. And I've also been involved in open source for a very long time already, even before I was involved with RIPE. I've been in this community active for quite a long time, on and off sometimes. One time I was NC staff, and I think open source is a key foundation to our work. I know that many of us run proprietary router platforms. I personally do not in my AS, it's all BERT. But and not just like in the form of things like most of us use Linux, but also all the specific tools to our community in network management, operation, support. And I think there's many of them. They're smaller, and one of their challenges that is wider in open source, but also specifically here, is having them sustainable, funded, that they get the right support from people who know how to build and maintain these kind of projects. And I think it would be great to be able to contribute to that in our community by becoming a new chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? So if I'm not sure if you have questions, I would appreciate if Christian and Luca can come up. So you have a quick chance if you have any specific questions, what they want to do different, or to all of them, or somebody specific. And please line up. Let me know who, if it's to all or if it's a specific person you want to answer.
Ping, ping, ping. Now it pings. Thank you. I am Maria, a sleepy developer of birth, and I am asking what you are going to do, all three of you, to make the time of this open source working group in the afternoon. And I was not at the buff of whiskey, because I don't drink whiskey. But still, I am sleepy. Thank you.
I was at the BOF, so I think being here shows my dedication to this. Other than that, I don't know how this scheduling thing works yet, but we'll figure it out and do our best. Personally, I actually don't want open source and database to be at the same time because I write an open source database and I always have to miss one of the two.
I fully agree too. I'm also a little bit asleep already.
So the first problem that I see here is that there is no specific open source sponsors. So like open source drinks or open source bars. So first thing that I believe that should be done is to make these sponsorships more active. And if then the community wants that these funds are utilized to have a special non-whiskey hangouts, then that's what we will organize.
Okay.
So I'm Peter Werle, work group chair on IoT, and speaking for myself. So I know Christian since 20 years, and he inspired me the last time, 86, to come to Rotterdam. And so today, after the whiskey, it does not seem so inspiring, but he made me to really take over. And I think Christian is somebody who really encourages people. So give some hard time to developers, but also explain the reasons for things and solving the layer 8 problem, as I know it here. So I see 3 enthusiastic people, but maybe that's also one of the items to not being only the developer, but also make purpose and get things developed. So as I understand, you live 20 years from open source, and that is also a good sign.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. So I just want to add to it, obviously, I mean, the timing, that's something with the RIPE fighting against the other working group. But from what's always the challenge is obviously getting interesting talks. We depend on the people here in the room to have it, but sometimes I appreciate whoever becomes it has good ideas too. Sometimes knows cool projects or something interesting stuff to talk about it and get something in there. Okay, so thank you, the 3 of you.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's move on to the next point in the agenda. One of the pieces of feedback that we received during the last working group session was it could be interesting if we could start exploring aspects of open source development that are common to all open source projects. So less about the specific projects and talking about specific software, but trying to find generalities, commonalities, cross-cutting aspects, as we call it in software. And this is what we've tried today, to put an agenda that explores that kind of things. And specifically, we want to deal now with how to credit for contributions to open source projects. Valerie is going to make a very interesting presentation on that, and is going to try to crystallize what it might be, some kind of best practices on the topic. So Valerie, the floor is yours.
All right, is the microphone working? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to talk about maybe best practices for credit for open source software contributions, which I didn't realize you needed. So people disagree about credit for contributions a lot more than most people think. I have 2 specific examples here. The first one can be summarized as, I was robbed of my first Linux kernel contribution. And the second one was, I was unfairly accused of stealing code I didn't even look at. I'm suggesting today that we work together as a group to create an example written policy that open source projects can use to make decisions about this. I'll talk a little bit about some of the issues, how to decide who deserves the credit, unquote, and how to give credit in the way that best accomplishes your goals. Hopefully we'll have some discussion. Just a little bit about me. I've 15 years active as a professional software developer, basically entirely in open source. Around 12 years working as a professional diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, and my work has been plagiarized multiple times. I've also had to correct people for giving me credit incorrectly as well. I once wrote an article about ButterFS, BTRFS, and people thought I had written the file system. No. All right, so here's a concrete example. You might have seen this going around the internet about 2 months ago. How I got robbed of my first kernel contribution. Ariel Mikulis fixed a 6-year-old bug. It had been reported 6 years ago that corrupted the task struct on PowerPC in the Linux kernel. The maintainer took the patch, made some very minor changes, like basically moved a line of code around, and checked it in with himself as the author and gave Ariel credit as reported by. Remember, it was reported 6 years ago. This is Ariel's take. My first contribution to the kernel was really frustrating and discouraging experience, dealing with people who do not think it's important to get proper recognition for your work. There was a sort of a happy ending after writing this blog post. It got a ton of online discussion, over 700 comments on Hacker News. It inspired this working group session. The maintainer did apologize. I'm sorry about the way I handled your patch. I should have spent more time working with you to develop your patch. I agree that the reported by tag doesn't properly reflect the contribution you made. I should have realized that at the time. But I'll point out the commit still doesn't show Ariel Mikulis as the committer. Counterpoint here, this is also an experience that happens frequently. I was unfairly accused of stealing credit, so a private story, anonymized. Sometimes a contributor is wrongly accused. Somebody submits a patch, it goes into the giant pile of unreviewed commits. Sometime later, another contributor fixes the same problem, and the first contributor is like, hey, you stole my patch. Why did you do that? And I just want to acknowledge, all of us know open source contributors are overworked. You are not paid to do your entire job, and you're especially generally not paid to mentor new contributors. Reviewing is a huge issue. Just to be very clear here, I want to, contributions to open source projects come in many forms, things like DevOps, bug reports, design, documentation, event organization, mentoring, standards definitions, something we might do here. A very specific example was IETF RFCs and working groups, in which there's some documentation about people using drafts without giving credit. This obviously happens to more than just women. It happens to every single person out there. All right, I just want to be super clear. People disagree about how to give credit and who should get credit. So just some comments from the Hacker News thread. Somebody says this would be plagiarism. Someone else says, there's no guarantee of getting any accreditation. Another person says it's unethical not to give credit. And another person changed their mind. I used to think it was fine to take someone else's contribution and then create a total rewrite of it in my own branch and merge that. And then somebody did that to them and they were like, wait, this is horrible. Why would I ever contribute to a project that did that to me? So yeah, there's a bunch of reasons why people disagree. And I just really want you, I'm trying to make the case for writing this down. Open source software depends on community contributions. Getting credit for their work is the main reason people contribute. Even if they're being paid, they are only being paid if they get credit. You can't be like, well, I wrote a bunch of software, but trust me, it was really mine. There's a bunch of reasons why people don't get the credit they think they deserve. It's mostly overworked, people making a mistake, but some people do take the credit. Like I said, I've had my code stolen multiple times. And then there are people who want to show up, do a drive-by, do something that's not actually important, or they steal somebody else's code, right? So there's multiple different ways that this doesn't work out. Oh, and I just want to point out, this is something I didn't realize. Somebody wants to exclude people from contributor status. There was a lot of argument on the Hacker News thread about, you don't deserve to be called a kernel contributor. So just for one patch that fixed an incredibly difficult bug with a task struct that required like hardware debugging, it was amazing. Anyway, whatever, I'm fine. You can be a kernel contributor if you contribute one patch, I don't care. So I want a solution that reduces work for maintainers instead of increasing it, sets expectations for contributors and reduces fighting with maintainers, attracts productive contributors who actually make your job easier as a maintainer, and repels unhelpful contributors who want to have lots of arguments or steal other people's patches. So a written public credit policy would do all of these things. One thing I noticed is that there was a lot of discussion from people who said, wow, I was the bad guy once, and I was just so busy. I now realize I could have checked it in with the other person as the author, or I could have done some other thing to make this a good experience for the contributor and get another contributor to my project. We're all busy, write it down, you know in advance. It sets expectations, so people at least agree what's going to happen, and they're not horribly surprised when what the thing they think should happen does not. So fewer arguments. It attracts productive contributors if you have a policy which rewards people for doing the behavior you like. And it repels unhelpful contributors, people who want to show up, do that thing where they lightly rewrite somebody else's work and submit it to your project. They're not going to show up to your project. So you're only going to get people creating new, good work. I would just want to talk a little bit about who deserves credit. This is a philosophical issue which I don't think need to resolve. So by convention, plagiarism when it comes to written work in the forms of prose or poetry or art, things like that, it's pretty well defined. People still do it, but there's a broad agreement in general, and there are some gray areas, but many fewer than in software. Software, I think, is particularly hard because, let's be real, it's all a collaborative work. Every single thing we have written is built on a giant stack of things that other people have created. Idioms, best practices, standards, things like that, force code to resemble other code. If you followed some of the court cases, the list of error codes is going to be the same, no matter what. And it is best practice to copy similar code and slightly alter it, right? So who wrote a line of code? Who deserves the most credit if multiple people contributed to it? I say, I don't care. What behavior do you want to reward? So and what I would like is for people to think about that and make their policy based on this. So new contributors, is that something you're really into? Contributions in general, collaboration and creative problem solving, people who work together well, mentorship and peer support, that would be amazing. So when in doubt, give credit in the way that rewards these behaviors. So specific example, given a code contribution whose first version was written by a first-time contributor and whose final version was rewritten by a long-time contributor, what is the effect of giving primary credit to the long-time contributor or giving primary credit to the new contributor? Any thoughts about which one of these would be more to your taste or effect? Two. Yes, I agree, because I want to have more contributors. It's likely, if you give it to the longtime contributor, it's likely to discourage the new contributor. It's unlikely to change the behavior of the longtime contributor. This wasn't their breaking point. If you give it to the first-time contributor, that's their first patch. I had a party for my first Linux kernel patch that got into the kernel. It involved a lot of coconut rum and a swimming pool, and I don't remember the whole thing. It was amazing, but I don't think the longtime contributor is going to be drinking way too much with their friends for that. I'm looking for collaborators on an example credit policy. My idea is to create a menu of options rather than prescriptively, you should do this. Just be like, hey, is this behavior you want? Okay, put this line into your policy. It should be specific so that people don't have to think about things. There are difficult situations, they happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have had them occur in your projects. I would like to encourage people to come up with creative ways to give credit. There's a lot of things that don't look like the authored by field in the git blame output. That's very important, but there's multiple ways. If you're interested in contributing to or leading this effort, I don't want to lead it, but I will if I have to. Please email the open source working group or me at this email address, and we promise to give credit accurately. All right.
So we have quite a bit of time for discussion. So I would appreciate, especially the ones here involved, really writing open source, maintaining projects. I would love to hear how you solve that issue, if you've seen that issue. I can say, like, especially in the Avvocato community, we had the discussion as well. and we probably didn't handle it perfectly all the time either. It's also, we had a long discussion how to actually correct it, because the classic way, especially on Git, is the signed off line, but signed off line for us means basically that you stand behind also from legal like license things. And if I change someone's code, I cannot have basically from that you potentially their signed off line in there. So it's a bit of discussion. We had discussion, maybe have both in there. Is that correct? So I would love to hear. I'm sure Valerie too, like, so solutions. So go ahead.
Hi, Tim Wattenberg, DKIX. Thanks for bringing this here. I think this is very relevant. And first one is a comment though, regarding first or long-time contributor. I think it's way harder to come up with anything new, and iterating is easier. Yeah, so I think there's, for me, it's no question that the first-time contributor also gets the credit, and that's just the common part. Now, the second one might be diverging a little bit, and we can take that to another place or to another time. But what I was like inspired by your talk was the question whether people using open source are giving those open source projects the right credit they deserve, like in actually doing our day-to-day work. And this is probably something people here in the room might have an opinion as well. So that's like another perspective, but I would be also interested in. Thanks.
From the Matejka Q&A, it's a comment, not a question, from Alexander Zubkov. Please let the policy be short. Long policies can stop contributing to.
Sorry, what was that again?
Keep the policy short. So
agreed.
If I have to read 50 pages of policy, I will not contribute.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
your policy is also a message. Yes.
Gerd Döring, also long-time open source enthusiast. I remember the first patch from me that was accepted into Taylor UCP like 20 years before Git. So there was no question about author tags and anything, but I was very happy. So I fully share that sentiment. Having such a policy that a project can refer to and say, this is how we do credits is helpful in situations where it's not obvious. The author thing is complicated because say you have a patch that's 100 lines, of which 95 lines are good and 5 are bad. And the maintainer changes some other 5 lines and introduces a new bug. And then commits with whoever author it sets to. The name of the author of the commit sort of stands for the quality of that code. So if I change somebody's code, I definitely need the agreement of the original author to check that in with his name. So it's not as clear cut. In OpenVPN, we try to avoid that situation. So either we try to get the original author to resubmit the version 2 with the things we should be changed being changed. So we just take that patch as it is and commit it. Or if the original author said, yeah, but I found your bug and I have no time to work on it, we somebody of the maintainers will submit it with his name, but with credits in the comment, right. Which is both not perfect, but I don't know. Having a policy to look at might be helpful in these cases or not.
Yeah, part of so a
I
couple.
will definitely follow this. I'm not promising actual contributions because I already
our
have
contributions
no time
hard.
for all the things I've promised. So, but I will definitely follow it.
Yeah, I think those are 2 good points. I just want to say very briefly. One of the things is you can have a cascade of like best option, this is not working, second best option, third, that's not working, third option. And something if you're like, hey, look, if you submit a patch, this is the process you have to reply and sign off within X days, right? You could just improve your expectations. Briefly, second thing is that I've thought about the like, oh no, you introduced a bug. Well, my name is on a bug right now that was inherited from the previous code. I just had to move the code around and slightly change it, right? It's never going to be perfect. Okay, next.
Hi, Nat Morris, Netbox Labs. 2 questions. Firstly, I enjoyed your presentation. What's your opinion on projects having an authors file? And the second question is, how relevant do you think organisation having a CLA or a contributor licensing agreement is in off-putting first-time contributors?
Oh, yes. Okay. First one, what do you think about an author's file? So I was thinking about the problem of, I just realized I checked that in with the wrong author name. How do I fix it given, right? Well, there's a thing called git mail map. And that is just a full like email plus name remapping situation. Very good, very cool. You could have a git credit map, which remaps credit for commits, right? I do think that adding any particular new way to give people credit, such as an author's file, that makes sense. Sure, it gets out of date. I don't really care. What's your goal? What was the second one briefly?
Do you think organizations that have a CLA?
Oh, the contributors. So I totally understand the thing where people want to have copyright. It definitely puts people off, for sure. Like I think twice when somebody says you have to assign your copyright. So,
thank you.
Maria, we're a developer. This is not my talk yet. I just want to return to that. What was that? Yeah, the one line code, which is plagiarism. Well, there is a joke about somebody going with a car to a service, and that service person just tightens one screw, and then the invoice is for 100 euros, and that's exactly it. You don't have to alter a big piece of code. You just have to know where to put one single line, and even a 1 byte patch is sometimes a result of 5 weeks of debugging.
Yes.
Been there, done there. Please don't repeat my faults.
I completely agree. That's actually the kind of code I love the most. So my most important contribution to the Linux kernel is relative A time, and it's like 5 lines of code. And so to me, that is extremely important. If when I see contributors who spend a lot of time checking in tiny little nitpicky patches, I know that they are looking at their GitHub graph. So all right.
Okay, I want to add from my side. I think the other thing which many times gets forgotten, there is next to the people contribute. We have also, which usually in most communities are very welcome, people who review things and comment things, and there is normally no way for getting any recognition for that part. So I would hope maybe there is some ideas how to get that in there too.
Yes, code review is such in short supply because it's not rewarded.
That is actually something we very strictly do in OpenVPN. So every patch that goes in has to be reviewed and formally act by, say, an established contributor. Yeah. This is a bit fuzzy, but somebody has to say, I have reviewed, tested this, and I say this is fine. And this gets recorded in the Git commit. So if you go through the Git log, you actually can see who acted. So the most active reviewers get their piece of credit. I get nothing. I just test it and merge it.
Yeah, I think one of the ways to look at this is people who are working on your project, some of them are doing it for the fun of it, right? And some people are doing it for the fun of it plus getting paid for it. And they need to come back to their manager and say, here is what I was doing all day long. And yeah, creating ways to make that easier for people to make that case is helpful.
Okay, thank you. So please remember, contact Valerie. So yes, I'll contact Valerie. There, I hope there is a good discussion. I'm looking forward to some ideas on some policies or something. Or if you don't remember, I would appreciate sometimes send an update on the mailing list, how that's going. And yeah, with that, we're going on to the next talk from Maria. It also talks about contribution, the external submissions there to the open source projects. So as you notice this time, we're not really talking about projects itself, because last time there was quite a bit feedback that you appreciate to have more some internals about how open source projects work and stuff. So we took that to the heart. Now we have all these interesting talks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, I am Maria. I am developing and basically leading the team of BERT. I'd like to very appreciate that we are today speaking about the
common things for open source projects because, well, it's not only new, it also looks like helping others, and it's not like a commercial for one and commercial for another. It's really solving the real problems. Also, I want to say, Valerie, count on us. We are going to help with those policies. Anyway, let's start with it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There are many projects that are open source only formally. There are projects that are open sourced with the meaning that the source is open. You can read it, but you can not, in fact, modify the code. Or if you modify it, they won't accept your submission. So you get the source code, but the modifications don't get back to the community. And also there are some projects which, well, they were required to go open source, or they need to go this way because they have to be compiled in place. But in reality, this is an obfuscated code, and you have no idea what's going on there. Well, partially about the obfuscated code, it's also a bird thing, but let's return to it later. There are projects that accept basically only minor fixes. I have seen some of them, but the majority of the projects are moving on by the original authors or by a team of developers, which is for most cases also what we are doing in BERT, because, well, most of the work is done by the core team. There are some reasons for this. I think we'll return to that later. There are situations where you get large submissions, and these large submissions start to get some problems. Let's check. Yeah, and the problem is about the quality of code. You can get a good submission, which is completely okay, makes complete sense, is perfectly mergeable and maintainable. Because you have to support those features if you upstream that. If you once accept a patch which adds a feature, you have to support it, or you have to make reasons and find reasons why not to support it in some future versions. And this is getting quite complicated when people are expecting different things from your software. You are having different options. You can say, well, we are only accepting minor fixes, and we want the big things to be developed by ourselves. You can say, well, we are going to accept this, but it must make sense for us, or, well, this is not what I wanted, or you can do many things, and it also boils down back to the contributor policy, not only in giving the real credits, but also in saying what actually we are expecting from the contributors. Because, well, what happens, now it's time for this slide, you can get a complete abuse of internal API, you get a perfect submission which works for this specific version, and it won't merge with something you are currently planning, you are currently implementing, which is what actually happens in BERT for several years, because we are having an offspring, we are having a second branch, which is a big rework and moves the internal API a lot. And then when somebody comes and doesn't create a code which is easily mergeable to those principles, you are screwed. You are completely done, and you are going to merge the code for 5 weeks. And I think I'm underestimating this. There is a code which I refused to merge because it was abusing the internal AP so much that I would have to rewrite it almost completely. So, well, they solved it somehow in Linux kernel. I don't exactly know how, but it's well. I have some ideas how this works, but well, in Linux kernel there are like thousands of developers contributing different things to different branches. It all gets merged somehow, and this is, I think, one of the only projects in the whole world which can be said as that it's a truly community thing, because there is not only a maintainer, there is not only a group of maintainers. It's basically, well, the authors have so low contribution percent on the whole body that yes, that's it. Sorry. So where to go? Does your project have programmers documentation? Do your contributors know how to fix things in your software? And is it up to date? Is the programmer's documentation really up to date to the last things you did, to the last changes, to the last API you actually completely reworked several years ago, and now you find out that what's stated in the programmer's documentation formally shows that you are using some function, but actually the function is doing something completely different? And do you like incoming patches when you maintain the software? And do you actually merge them? Which is something which also happens to us. And this is a psychological thing. Many people work in a way that when you get something which is too hard to merge, you just keep putting it back and back, and you basically never merge it because you never get enough energy to overcome all the problems which come with this. But it's not only a problem with merging, it's also a problem with the initial review, which also, again, boils down to the lack of some principles, to the lack of programmers documentation, and to the lack of some documents saying what we should do. And I have some experience from completely different fields where it's basically essential to have written rules, not because somebody was to blame, but when you have written rules, you don't have to think about it when you have to apply them. So I will very advocate for having such rules for not only giving credit, but also for the contributing. And it should not be a manual for the contributor. It must be a manual for the maintainer. And it's not a rule which could be used by somebody to sue us. It's a rule for us to not have to think about it once again and again and again, because it's still the same problem, and we should be consistent, and we should not have to remember how we handled this same problem yesterday, last week, or 5 years ago. And what other issues are you dealing with? Your time.
Thank you very much, Maria. Comments? Questions?
Valerie, my own bad self. One of the things, so I'm trying to write a novel, and it's really hard to do work by myself. So one of the things that I immediately thought about was, Well, first, the way the Linux kernel solves some of these problems, it says maintainers don't do merges. Like it either applies or it doesn't, right? So that's a thing you can document. But the second part is like reviewing, telling people how to redo it, and or merging that are done as a group. Maybe there's a review party every month, that sort of thing. How can you make it fun to do the miserable parts of open source? And of course, there's the bit where it's people need to get promoted, and as usual, it's very hard to surface the work that doesn't seem so glamorous. So.
Yeah, you led me to pointing out that yes, the reviews are fucking hard. And if you get more and more patches which you have to review and basically point out the same things that are not going to work well, for example, because of performance reasons, and those people just can't see it, well, that's a reason why to write the policy to save money, save time for both parties. Because you can then point out to the policy and say, well, this policy, we are trying to adhere to this policy. And this policy says we are, says that we are checking the performance, and if the performance drops by your change, we can't manage it, for example.
I think it has to do a bit with the one thing is pointing to the policy or to the parameters documentation. The other aspect is the mentoring aspect. To avoid that somebody comes over and over again, it's just like, hey, come, take by the hand, and I'm going to explain you how to do this better. Okay, so that next time patches are better. But yeah, sincerely, how much time do you have left for that?
Yeah, and it exactly comes back to the programmer's doc. Because if you don't have programmer's documentation, nobody can know really how to contribute.
Yeah.
Okay, Martin Winter speaking from the Avvocato project. The challenge is also obviously, most people think like you submit something, a patch or a feature or something, and that's it. But at least in our community, if you write a new feature, you must include a test. And you also talk like, well, it's also like new features, so you also must include some documentation. Now, suddenly, like the person who just wanted to write the cool small features has to like figuring out how to test it, and now he has to figure out the documentation system in whatever format that might be. That may, like in our case, needs to get compiled too. You learn another thing, so it gets potentially put a few people off too, or like some people say like, here is the fix, but I don't have time for the rest. So it's a challenge there too, that keeping the documentation up to date, it's a nice to have, I think, but it's, I don't know, I would love to hear a project who succeeds on that.
And that comes back to the authorship question, because when you send a patch and do not document it and not write a nice commit message, but we exactly know that it is right, who is then can we get the full credits to the author who didn't document it, and we had to write the documentation, and we had to write the commit message which explains what is actually happening?
Hi, Sasha Romain, maintainer of IRD, amongst other things. I feel your first point is a bit of a personal attack. I have programmers documentation. It is not up to date anymore. However, one of the challenges I also find on the early point testing, documentation are neat big things. There's a patch now open on IRD that someone just said like, oh, I don't know how to deal with your testing framework. And now the build is failing because it's CI. So the build is failing, which is good. It's non-mergeable. But then I can help because like that's doable. What I find one of the more challenging things when people try to make bigger contributions is that for them it is a feature they contribute and it works and we get the documentation and testing right and we can merge it. But now I have a new problem because I have new code. And now it's my problem because I got to maintain this potentially forever. Someone else, maybe the person who contributes it is not a supporting customer. Now, my paying customers are going to depend on it. They're going to expect it to keep working, interact with all the other components that it might influence. So that is sometimes one of my reluctance. They're like, I like this feature, this should be a thing, but I don't want to maintain this for the next 5 years.
Yes, that's a big problem. And sometimes, as I was saying, it completely breaks the internal API. And we got such a submission and it was a real pain. So I definitely feel this very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other question?
Jordi, nothing from the online?
Fine. So thank you for coming and discussing. We are done. And if you want to speak about anything more about this, just reach out to me. I'm here until Friday evening.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, finally, we have plenty of time. Martin offered, in spite of the early time in the morning, to talk about specific challenges in the area of testing with the example of FR routing that he's found in general, but specifically more in open source. And thank you very much for taking the effort in preparing this.
You know, as a working group chair, co-chair, I had at least the luxury to say, like, I want to be the last, so I have another extra hour to wake up. So that's the benefit becoming like a co-chair. Okay, so curious, who in the room here is actually involved in testing either open source or even like commercial software for their own thing? I was just curious. So, okay, quite a few. So I want to talk a bit about the challenges. This is not about FR routing project. I'm involved there. I take this as an example. I want to talk about some of the things which go well, some things which don't go that well, just to give some inspiration there. But the project is just serving as an example here. Quick, I don't think I need to talk who I am. I basically work on FR routing forever, and I test code and stuff and routers and stuff like even longer. I work for NetDEF. That may be something just to keep in mind. We have a bit of special role. So the FR community is not kind of one company controlling. It's really multiple companies who like work together. We forked the thing together from Quagga. We have the special role that we are basically the non-profit company, the one behind it who doesn't have a product to sell or something. So, and we are running the CI just basically because I started building that up and testing the whole thing. We also have maintainers, so we also write code. So before I start talking about the challenges, I want to go through a bit how the FR routing community works and how that basically looks like. Classic workflow. The key thing is we are all Git driven. FR routing, some time back, basically that was part of the fork. We decided we want to be all Git model, constantly merge the things. We ended up picking GitHub in the past. And the whole workflow, the issue tracking, everything goes through basically GitHub. So when in our case is basically submitter, anyone is welcome to submit anything. So it's completely open. Anyone who feels like they have something to contribute, they can open a pull request there on the system there. The key thing afterwards, what we talk more in detail is then after you open a pull request, automatically the CI will kick in and will do its testing, all the automated testing at that level. That goes a few hours there. And then if it's not okay, before even a person is like looking at it, it's normally expected that the auto will go back, look at the failures and fix it. Common issues, people obviously they develop only on one platform, maybe they only have their Debian Linux and they never try to compile it on FreeBSD and stuff like that. That's classic build things, but there are also thousands of tests running there. and this breaks. But the idea is basically we want to try to avoid causing a load on the maintainers or any person basically until the code has some basic quality reached. Once it gets to that level, then it gets reviewed by maintainers. And it ends up in there. We have weekly meetings also where people are welcome to join in, talk about their issue, sometimes help, ask for help too if they can't find somebody reviewing it. That's sometimes not optimal because, yeah, there are never enough people to maintain things. And then it may get back another few passes, like asking for fixes, changes there based on the maintainer's input. And only once that all is done, then a maintainer who is from a different organization than the author basically is allowed to merge it. So we make it very clear, you're never allowed to merge something which was contributed from your own company. So the talk today is mainly about the block on the building and testing. There is also more testing which we're doing on release stuff coming up there as well, obviously. Test framework. Long time back, I picked for CI system Atlassian Bamboo. I'm actually quite happy with them. There is obviously sometimes feedback. I know people have other preferences. Go for what you wanted. I liked it, because it was like when I started doing it, was very stable. I looked at a few other ones. I didn't feel like I want to debug the CI system. I rather want to debug our code. In the meantime, we've grown quite large. As you can see in there, Atlassian, it's commercial products. It's based on a lot of open source. But if you are an open source project or if you are a non-profit, you don't have to be both. Then you basically get free unlimited license from Atlassian to like all their software. So we have quite a large system. We have currently, we've grown to about 600 plus agents. An agent is normally one executing agent, which the CI controls, which can be doing some tests and stuff. We have frequently about, on average, I would say 150, 200 agents running at the same time. We don't use any of these drivers, GitHub Actions. There are a bunch of online hosted services for open source, which are free. In our case, it doesn't work. We don't have the scale. I think the last time somebody came up and like, why don't we use that? And he added it. We reached the monthly quota within the first day. So it doesn't work for us anymore. We run all the own equipment. We basically, as NetDEF, we have basically currently the test equipment is about 6 racks in the US and in Switzerland, basically distributed. No. From building, we FR routing specifically, luckily we are only kind of Unix centric. So I heard other poor souls in here who have to test on Windows. So we are testing on, I basically in the CI try to compile on all these different systems you can see here. And we also do like some basic checks there. You will notice sometimes there are quite a bit outdated. Part of it, it's a challenge when you have so many systems because there is a new distro or distro update coming out all the time. And it's a discussion. Is somebody using that? Should I go update it? Do I have time? When do I get to it? So that's unfortunately a bit of pain. There are also some platforms in here like the Red Hat, which I'm currently questioning, does it even make sense? Because with their policy change, I'm not sure if anyone really cares much about them or if we should like move over to something which potentially soon be not compatible anymore, so like a Rocky Linux. We have our own framework developed quite some long time, which is one of the integral part, topo tests. It's quite hated in the community, and I'm the person who started it, so throw the tomatoes now. I'm not that proud anymore, but it was a start. We learned a lot from it. It's still used, it still kind of works. It's based on PyTest. It used the Mininet framework back there for building basically multiple namespaces, building up network topologies. And we normally require when somebody does like a new feature, then they have to write a test on it. It will be executed on different platforms. As I mentioned in there, 32-bit, 64-bit, Intel. We have like also a bit ARM basically in there too. We have very limited unit tests, not something we're really proud of in it. Just for the ones who are not that familiar, so unit test is more where you test specific functions. Normally it's written in the code. You have, like in our case, you have this make check after you're building it, and it runs through and does a few, like trying a few tests in there. The topper test is more like a system test where we bring up whole network topology and verify some features. So yeah, it's mostly historic. I don't see much development on unit tests at all. We have some other testing. We do have some commercial framework like the Ixia Anvil, which is a RFC compliance tester. Very expensive tool. It's basically a software tool from like Ixia. It does basically verify your code against like all the RFC standards. So we have all the different protocols, we run through it. It gives interesting feedback. The interesting for me for learning it too, because it deals through the CLI, reconfigures the boxes for each. Basically, it goes through the paragraph of the RFC, and for each paragraph, it tries to figure out the test and reconfigure it from one setup to the next setup. And I find actually quite a few bugs too, where the problem wasn't the main protocol code, but it was like somewhere in the CLI, when you configure or unconfigure something, there is something not correctly removed or not getting there. So it's quite interesting, the bugs I found in that direction as well. We do fuzzing. Coverty is like a big thing. If you are open source project, I can highly recommend that you sign up there. They do quite a good job where you can submit things out there and they do testing it. There's also the Google open source fuzzing program, which they do at least for some open source project where Google internally does some fuzzing. We use that quite extensive too. And they send us weekly, like basically security reports when they find things. We do static analysis. They're probably familiar here. Address sanitizer. I love it much more personally than Volgrind. Mainly the address sanitizer has far less basically false positives. If the address sanitizer triggers a bug, then normally it is a bug. And it basically does it by crashing the code and giving you like some extra information where like happens after. And we also do some package. So when we build the code, I build packages for every pull request, every change. Basically, I build complete packages for most of the platforms. Coverty, just as a quick overview for the ones who haven't seen, they give this nice statistics where you can look at it, and it gives you like an ID how your defect density is. It gives you a nice GUI then afterwards to try to look into it. At the beginning, you obviously have a lot of very trivial ones, and then it gets somewhere like more difficult to try to figure out, is that a real issue or is that a false alarm there? We also had topper tests because we had a lot of complaints. There was a lot of things it merged. So the framework wasn't perfect, obviously, like everything at the beginning. And a lot of people started changing it around. And our topper test framework is basically by now about 4 frameworks, which people use it in a different way. And it makes it very hard to maintain or look at someone else's test and try to understand it. We came back to that and we tried to build a new framework. We call that Top Potato. We are still in testing, but it probably starts going live potentially quite soon. We did an interesting thing is that part of the framework test setup, you are basically forced that it builds a network diagram basically with you have the information in there just to build up the network in the framework. It's good enough that it can create the graph directly from it. We also added from like get the better timing. We changed our code that because we want PCAPs normally, what's going on anyway, but even the log messages from the different routing daemons, we push into PCAPs as well. So we have like one like PCAP file, which doesn't just have like the network messages, but we also see like log message, configuration messages, what gets there. So you have a nice view like what's going on in which order. But so that's anyway, that's how we're doing it. I want to talk about of the fun things we learned and sometimes the not so fun things and the things which we could probably improve. Part of this talk is I had the feeling there's a lot of discussion here between different code and what features people can add in open source. I don't see that much discussion how to improve the testing, and I had the feeling every community does basically their own test setup. A lot of them find out some really cool things and they struggle at some other parts. And my dream would be that maybe we can better learn from each other, figure out a way how we can exchange information and see that. So please, after the talk, come to me if you have some ideas. If you want to know something, maybe there is things we can share know-how, maybe we can share resources, maybe you have another idea how we can improve things. So first of all, when you talk about testing, is when you look at the whole complexity. I mean, we are open source. We are not allowed to spy on the users. If I talk to commercial vendors sometimes, let me figure out if that feature is used, and then they go back and some magic and they say like, no, out of our users, only like one of them actually uses that feature. Unfortunately, in open source, nobody will accept that they would spy. So we have no idea what operating system our users are using. We don't know on what hardware they're using it. We have no idea what dependency libraries they're using it. We don't know what features they're using. We don't even know how they compile it, what they change it or something there. That makes the testing very hard. We tried a few times to ask, but we get a very small snapshot. For the different distros, I tried to look at our own package, like systems like our RPM and Debian repositories. But most people obviously use it from the public repository, so I have no idea what they do, or they even build it themselves. So it's a very hard thing to try to figure out what to do with, and you have to make like some guesses sometimes. So on the hardware, if I talk about that, there's obviously now what you're testing. Obviously, some of them are simple. Intel, 64-bit, sure. 32-bit, well, if you're running in VMs, that's trivial. You can set it up. It's a no-brainer. You don't need much resources. But then what else? So ARM was like a big thing which came up more and more, obviously. So yes, ARM, we have to do it. So how about PowerPC? How about MIPS? How about potentially RISC-V soon? So it's a big question there coming in there. And especially when you look at all these platforms, you look, then the question comes up, big endian or little endian systems. If you look on here, most of these is all little endian. And it's very hard these days to get a big endian system. But if you write network code, obviously the byte order with the network is quite challenging. And we had a few times when we ran into problems for like with where it didn't work on big endian because people made mistakes and nobody noticed it sometimes for months or years. There is also the memory. Sometimes it behaves quite differently if you give it a lot of memory, a lot of CPU resources, or you don't have and the timing gets completely screwed up, or it does something else, or it potentially it grows too much because the memory consumption grows because of a new feature. You may want to look at that part too. So as an example, here's like ARM. We started about 2016 when everyone like, oh, these cloud providers are using Athale. We should probably test on ARM boxes on their high-end ARM servers. We should test it too. And I was like, okay, so what can I get at that time? So I initially ended up with some hosted ARM servers. That was like this French company, Scaleway. Maybe somebody's even here from them. I started testing on them. They had some hosted ARM server. Worked kind of okay. Their ARM boxes were not that reliable. And then later it started, I need to scale up. In about 2020, we decided, like, we tried again, buying ARM server. Classic answer is, if you don't want to buy at least 100 servers, no, you cannot get any high-end ARM servers. But the people who are using FR routing, because they are big enough, they will get them. And they somehow couldn't give us one either, because it's their own property thing. So we ended up with Raspberries starting hacking around. You see there on the left side, this picture on a shelf where like about 16 Raspberries nicely packed together. We basically were all Raspberry 4s with a small SSD connector with USB, mainly because the SD cards will wear out way too fast. And we had about 60 of these Raspberries to, they're all Raspberry 4s to like run the whole thing. It worked reasonably well. Once we figured out what especially SSDs we had to use, which are reliable, then we didn't have much outages anymore. So it worked quite well there. However, even a Raspberry 4 with the CPU and the memory and everything, I mean, we started using the high-end 8 gig model there, but I ended up, the build task was just about 45 minutes, just building normal, do a normal build and building package on a Raspberry. And that was just getting in ridiculous long. And this year, actually end of last year, we finally heard from our supplier, there is now super micro ARM servers. You can finally buy one. Yes, we sell you just a single one if you want to. And we ended up getting, like we have now 2 of these servers, that is ARM, the Altera Max, the 128 core, beautiful boxes and really nice fast. So what it took me, these 45 minutes on a Raspberry with the same number of cores, like limit the same number of cores on these new boxes, went from about 45 minutes down to about 3 minutes. It's just by having faster memory, faster like NVMe disks and stuff, they're all connection. It's like beautiful. So that solved a lot. And yeah, that looks so far from the hardware quite well. Big endian, little endian, that was an interesting challenge. Try to go buy a big endian system these days or find one which is hosted anywhere. The answer is basically there are none, unless you are like a big company who may be using FR routing in their core. We found after long times, we found some old PowerPC boxes. And we were lucky so far, we found 2 of these free-scale development systems, which are the highest end PowerPCs we could find. These are like 24 core systems. So we're looking at, unfortunately, we only have 2, so 2 times 24 cores. So I cannot really put that in the normal CI. Just it's not enough resources for our CI, unfortunately. I'm still looking at it, how the best way to like regularly like test it and run some simulations on there, so we can actually verify that yes, the big endian stuff still works. I don't know if big endian will be still relevant in the near future on the other side. So talk a bit about software. That was always the discussion too, like, so when do you develop your own thing? How does the whole thing scale? How about the quality, the performance? It's a challenging thing, as probably everyone here testing it. So the key thing is, especially in the open source, preferable, I can hand the framework out to everyone and they can do their own test. If I can't, hopefully, if I find errors, I can at least document and give them the exact details what went wrong. There are some things where that doesn't work, like the XCRX Anvil, which I mentioned there. Their policy is I can publish which RFC we are violating. I can publish basically what section of that RFC is. So I can say like this chapter, basically, I'm broken on that one. I cannot say how to test it because they claim that's our secret sauce to figuring out how what's there. It's It helped us a lot to do that because it gave us a large framework initially to start testing on it. Now we had a few times, should we replace it? And we had discussion, can we replace it? Because obviously I know exactly what I test. If I would write my own framework, could they potentially claim that I cloned their framework? So it's not that easy. So it's, if you're going for any commercial software, think very clear if that's the right way to go. It might be solving a lot of things at the beginning, but on the long term, it might not be the right choice anymore. There is also sometimes open source frameworks. We picked something with that whole Mininet part of it and modified it, making our own thing. There is obviously online servers like GitHub, where we ended up by now so far integrating into it that is unfortunately not that easy for us to move to another Git if we ever have to. So it's always interesting stuff. I mean, the CI, I'm personally still happy. I know a few other people think they could do it better with something else, but yeah. The scaling is also an interesting. As I mentioned, we do all these different platforms. You see here, they're outdated. I mean, we shouldn't run Ubuntu 18.04. I'm in the progress to move mostly as a standard platform Debian 12. The problem is, for the topper tests, we have about 12 hours of runtime on it. I split it up in multiple things. We are looking about giving more cores, more that we can speed it up a little bit. So currently I split everything up in 10 pieces. So that means that it ends with building, which may be half an hour, sometimes up to 40 minutes on some older platforms, up to plus then another 2 hours for testing. So we end up currently about 3 hours just for a single pull request for the person to get the result, which in my opinion is too long. My old rule was always it should be less than 2 hours, which is already quite a long time. And we are like working there, trying to see how we can improve it. We did a lot of things at work changing over to Alexis, mainly that I don't have full VMs anymore. Also for building some things works easy, especially if it's a classic Debian Linux, then I can have just a container separate. If it's Red Hat, I can do somehow. I mean, the building is quite easy. I can do cross compile, that works quite well too. Yeah, so I can do at least that part. It's a bit more challenging if I have things like FreeBSD, NetBSD, OpenBSD. Could be that I just don't understand the tools well enough, but we're getting in their parts too. The scaling testbed was also an interesting thing on the testing itself. So we initially on the topper test, we ran them on the Raspberries, and each Raspberry was just running one test at a time, and that we were limited obviously at the Raspberry performance. Then we changed over some of the things to LXC containers now on the large ARM server. The problem is now obviously for the ones who are looking into that LXC, they uses one kernel, and network-wise on Linux that ends up at one central lock. So on that 128 core ARM server, I cannot get over like about 5% CPU load and about 100 gig of RAM used, and the rest is basically sitting idle because adding a single IP address at that time may take like 5 seconds just because of the kernel lock and the weight in there. So that's basically, I'm stuck there. It's still faster than before, but I lose a lot of resources. So we're now hacking around with micro VMs, something which I realized not that many people did. If you're not familiar with micro VM, the idea is you take a kernel, you remove everything you don't need, driver-wise everything, and you slim it down to the minimum required. You get boot times. I have now a boot time of like a bit less than half a second to boot up the VM. I have my own kernel again. And I can easily also change kernels around, so I can have the kernels. They're obviously not exact kernels like you see in that specific Debian distribution or in that specific sent to us or Red Hat distribution, and that's still sometimes a concern. I'm not sure how big of that an issue is there, but it is an interesting thing. And the other thing which we especially started looking into it, not yet on a good solution yet, when you test network protocols, there are a lot of timers that have more or less a fixed time because of the RFCs, what they say. And I'm looking at it by going to VMs again, hacking around that I can speed up the time inside the VM. If you do like work with QEMU, you can actually change that the time is like runs at the higher speed inside the VM. Obviously, you lose all external network connectivity and other things if you do that, which makes it a bit challenging for potentially controlling it while it's running. Another big thing, if you're community-based there and you push the test right in the community, there is a lot of bad tests coming out, which is very hard to review. The classic example is people write the feature, they write the test passes, it gets submitted. A few months later, somebody else changes and something doesn't pass. And then you end up with error messages here like there. There is OSPF graceful restart helper. It basically, the message is the active restart count is true. And you try to figure out, so what went wrong? Or I mean, it's classic thing is like, it could be an assert that could add an actual message, what they were looking for. But yeah, quality there. And it's hard to verify it because nobody seems to be testing a new test to submit for the case when it fails. Stability, obviously a big challenge always. Once you run up to like a large number of VMs and other systems, things go wrong. There can be network going wrong. Sometimes the connection to GitHub, it breaks. You have a lot of different distros. You have like Red Hat decides again, because I do rollbacks on the VMs constantly, that the license check something is wrong and they deny me to download packages in the scripts and I have to fix the VM again. There are tons of things which can go wrong. And unfortunately, it causes a problem on the trust that the user at the end like, oh, the CI failed. It's not my code failed, it's the CI which failed. And it's hard sometimes to keep the trust in the community to explain that like if things is like failing, you should take it serious. And sometimes it's maybe not their code, it's from someone before, and certainly because of changed timing, something else starts failing. And the final thing there, obviously, there is a big money issues. Running an infrastructure like that is not cheap. And it's, people want good testing, they come back like, but I can build it in, or run a test framework in 20 minutes. Why can't you? Because they put like 64 cores on it for a single thing. If I run 20, 50 parallel, I cannot potentially put that many cores on one test run. And I may have to split the resources. There is also a lot of people that are happy to sometimes pay for support. They may even pay for features getting developed. But when you ask them, how about maybe paying for the CIs or the quality stays up, that's sometimes quite a hard sell. So we have, as an example, very few donations where pure donations which help us for running the CI. But we get way more questions for support or feature development. And that's basically it. Just on a good note, just want to end on that one. The great thing I tested for various vendors before. They never want to publish the bad things. We are like in the open source community, people accept that I can publish like errors, mistakes, things which go wrong. And running as a non-profit, everything, it also helps. We are really independent of it. We can do things which we don't really need to worry about it. And yes, and we can pick the test what we think is useful. We probably don't have much time in discussion. Sorry, he told me I'm allowed to take a bit more time.
Maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
But I would love if we can somehow figure out a way to exchange IDs, share resources, talk about it, share IDs or things. So feel free to ping me, feel free to send something to the working group list and see if we can maybe figure out a way to share some more.
Gerd, please.
During, in this case, speaking as OpenVPN, we try to do decent CI, decent test coverage. We don't have such a huge budget yet, so we're not running like 600 VMs. We spoke about this at lunch 2 days ago. Something I've been thinking about is the environmental impact of this. And this is worrying me already for my small test environment, because I see how much CPU I'm burning. And if I, as a human, look at the patch, I can see, okay, this patch is a comment. So as long as it compiles, I'm sure there's no funky characters in it, but I don't need to compile it everywhere and I don't need to run anything. Okay, this patch is an IETF Linux section, so there's no need to run it on all the other platforms. I'm a bit smarter than my CI so far, so I can see this, but maybe this would be something interesting to evolve the CIs to for an initial patch submission, only run a subset of tests, and like once a day, run the full set on what you have in the repository. So we do this for parts of our tests. Some get run all the time, some get run just twice a day, because it's not properly integrated yet, basically. But also it makes sense due to test runtime, because the daily test just runs so long. I want to run it in the night and look at the results in the morning.
So we talked about it before. From the power consumption, it was a very interesting thing. I thought that they may want to go back and try to figure out how much energy I'm wasting for like one run. It's kind of an interesting idea. Figuring out what to run, I think it's a good idea. Be honest, I have currently no idea how I can do that reliable automatically. If you ever figure something out, I would love if you share that.
I'm closing the line behind Jordi.
Alexander Subkop, I wonder what costs more, the infrastructure or the people?
The people.
Very easy answer.
So yeah, that's quite easy, because running, maintaining it, we don't have that many people working on the infrastructure, because in difference to classic companies, we cannot afford people that easy. So we have to automate and make it as much as possible, way more than any commercial company I have seen. It's just because, yeah, the hardware is cheaper, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Martin. Well, and with that, we are done. We want to remind you to vote, express your interest of support one or the other co-chair candidate to the mailing list. We've opened now with an official email to the mailing list the period of voting 2 weeks from now. And yeah, that's it. See you in Krakow. Anything from your side?
Yeah, and we do our best even before the new working group chair starts to move it back to the afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see you in coffee. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can see here your notes. But then people see no, they won't see it. Only the screen will show. But if they download the file on the app,
or I can put my laptop like this as well.
So when you present, this goes forward, that one backwards. There's a pointer if you don't like someone.
Yeah,
So the simple amount. Oh, sorry, it was the mic. Then it actually works. Yes.
They are on now. Maybe you can. No, down.
Good morning, everyone. People are still dripping in, so I'll wait a minute and see when the dripping stops. You put up the slides. There we go. And the next one. I gotta do it. Okay, the dripping has stopped. Good morning. Welcome to the IPv6 working group. Today we have some different program than usual. We have a working group co-chair who's stepping down and a new one coming up. And therefore we have selections, not elections, but selections. When you registered for a meeting, you had a link to Meet Echo, and we're going to use that as a voting system. Since then, also remote participants can vote. If you want to participate in the voting, you have to go to Meet Echo, and I suppose you do it now, so you can get there. There will be a poll, and that's for that. I'll repeat it before we start the actual voting. So welcome to the working group this morning. The RIPE 86 minutes made by the REP NCC, thanks for that, will have been on the website for a long time. Asked for comments, but it has been rather quiet on the list according to that part. So if anyone in the room has anything to what they want to have changed in those minutes, speak up now or they will be approved. I don't see too many people running to the microphone, so with this they are approved. If you have questions and you come up to the microphone, please state your name, your affiliation, and then get your question. Then with this, I will start the poll. The co-chair change. Benedict, would you please come up here? Benedict has been doing this for 9 years, and you know he's been a very nice colleague to work with, and I can recommend him for anything you would like to do with him. He's a very funny guy. But he has decided himself to step down, so it's time to say goodbye to one of our known faces, and we have some things we'd like to give you. First of all, to make sure you don't dry out in this warm climate of Italy, you get something to drink. That's the thing the RIPE meeting doesn't work without. It's wine or beer or anything you like. Thank you. Then, of course, if you sit in the back of the room, see how we're doing in the future, you need popcorn. And to get the bottle open, it's very handy to have a bottle opener. And because it's maybe in some cultures a bit rude to drink from the bottle, we also have a special glass for you. Since you're stepping down from IPv6 working group, you have an IPv4 glass.
I love you too.
So Benedict, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I mean, seriously. Yeah. And you know, we'll see you anyway on stage at some point. So.
Just for me, you're not going to get rid of me. It's been great fun and privilege, or whatever you want to call it, being with both Jen and you and Anna before doing this. And I'm not stepping down because I'm tired of it. It's just getting harder and harder to get to work with everything else I do. But there's a good chance you'll see and hear from me because I might come up with the odd presentation anyway. And somebody actually asked me this morning, will you continue to come to the RIPE meetings? Well, silly question, isn't it? Thank you very much. And well, if there's anything you need a hand with, you know where to find me.
Thanks. Thanks again. So now I'd like to call Paolo, Volpato, and Christian Zeitz on stage. And they will both give a short introduction to themselves and tell them why they should be voted for. And as you can see, we have a poll going on, which is on Meet Echo. So log in there if you want to vote. You can see the results immediately on the screen.
No, it's still going. Okay. Okay, hello. I'm Chris. I'm 46 years old. I'm from Berlin. And yeah, I started doing BGP in 1999 when I joined the non-profit, volunteer-driven ISP Individual Network Berlin. And one of our members came to me in 2004 and told me, okay, I'm an LIR in Berlin, does not have IPv6 yet. Here's your prefix, please start deploying IPv6. And that was my first contact with IPv6. And in 2005, I moved to a company named Strato, a big German web hosting company, together with Wilhelm Böddinghaus. And we introduced IPv6 in the network and turned it on for our products in 2011 during the World IPv6 Day, and never turned it off again because we didn't have any big issues. In 2019, I joined System.de as a network consultant, doing some stuff at customer networks because this was more interesting to me than just having my own network. We're also deploying IPv6 in those networks, but we still have issues. 2 years ago, one big vendor started to implement IPv6 on their firewalls, and yeah, customers want to use high availability, and until today, those boxes don't support IPv6 with high availability. So there's just there's a lot to do these days. And yeah, we created a subsidiary last year, which does only IPv6 things, and created also an IPv6 knowledge base. I'm supporting this subsidiary with my knowledge. And yeah, I'm attending RIPE meetings since RIPE 56 in Berlin, and but have never been an active RIPE member. I always talk to the guys that join the RIPE meetings, and I took a lot from those meetings. And I think now it's a time to support and engage in the RIPE community and do things in the IPv6 working group and support Jen and Ray. Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Paolo.
Thank you, Christian. So thank you, Christian. So Paolo, I'm from Milano, Italy. So I'm quite local, I would say. In terms of affiliation, I'm currently with Huawei. So if I say Huawei, maybe someone may think that that's a kind of undercover salesperson trying to use this position to sell more equipment. No, actually that's not the case. I'm with the European Standardization Department of Huawei, and as such, my interest into IPv6 related matters is that I go to the IETF and other standard bodies to, let's say, try to make IPv6 evolve. And I do believe that here at RIPE, there is a lot of operational experience and operational knowledge that we may benefit when considering the feedback on the work we are doing at the IETF. So that's why I try to apply for this position. Compared to Christian, I'm quite newer to RIPE. My first RIPE meeting was less than 2 years ago, RIPE 84. But as I said, I think there is a lot of value, so that's why I'm here again. Thank you.
So you've seen that we had some trouble with the poll, and we've made a new one. So if you have, do I have to revote? Yes. Okay, so please revote and do it within the next 15 minutes or so, and we'll tell you later who became the working group chair or working group co-chair. Right, and then it's time for something different. It's actually Paolo having a presentation. So there you go. You know the thing there.
So back again. So while we wait for the right presentation to appear, let me just introduce my talk, which is actually, I would say, a high-level summary of a work that the group of people that you'll see in the cover page as soon as it appears is doing in the V6 Ops working group of the IETF, and it's about supporting multi-homing using IPv6 clearly. Okay, here we are. Now, why do we believe that speaking of multi-homing is still relevant? There are a few reasons. First, resilience. So having, for example, an enterprise site connected to multiple carriers is a necessity for many businesses because they need service continuity. And speaking technically, multi-homing with IPv4 is basically a solved problem. So typically you use private addressing into a site and you have translation at the border. With IPv6, well, ideally we should get rid of translation. So we would like to have end-to-end connection, yet the current methods available today and used in the field may have some drawbacks. So the ideas behind our work is to try to document what it's really used in the field today to enable multi-homing, discuss the pros and cons of the methods and try to define their applicability in a neutral way without any bias, I would say. And there is one more reason. You see here at the bottom of the slide, there is an IAB statement that says, and you find the reference at the end of the presentation, that says that as many as 10 million sites will use multi-homing connectivity by the year 2050. Clearly, we can disagree with that number, but yet, if only a portion, only a fraction of that becomes a reality, clearly we have to consider at least for the impacts that may cause. Now, the characteristics that we have considered in our analysis, very quickly, we have a couple of CPEs or Cs at the border of the site. Internally, we have arbitrarily complex architecture or topology, and we have a host connected to the two CPEs. The CPEs get, for example, two different prefixes from the carriers they are connected to, and they give at least one address per interface to the host. And then we have other things to consider, for example, the availability of walled garden services. So something that one of the carriers, carrier B in our example, grants to only a portion of the customer base. Now, maybe I'm oversimplifying the different cases here, but just to provide a quick example that everybody understands. Host has a sort of active role in deciding where to send the packets. And it's involved in how to forward the traffic he wants to send to a certain destination. Let's imagine that host is connected to a remote destination using carrier A, and then some sudden failures happen over the link, over the CPE, whatever. And that failure is not signaled, is not communicated to host. So host has to rely on the information stored in its caches, waiting maybe for a router advertisement, setting the expected lifetime to 0 or something like that. And since it's working sort of standalone, relying on the available information, he may keep using CPE as the CPE1 as the next hop, as the default gateway, and using the older source address to communicate with the destination. And at the end of the day, it gets stuck. So packets are not forwarded, or if they are, may use another link entering carrier B and being filtered out at the border of the network. And the same could be considered if you use the walled garden services. So you are connected through carrier B, you lose connection. It's very hard to go back to the walled garden using the other carrier. So what are the solutions that we have started to consider? Well, there are 6 at the moment, if you read the draft, using static PI, provider independent addressing to the site and relying on the carriers to propagate the route information, provider aggregatable, which is basically the case we have just seen in the previous slide. Then we have a couple of ULA-based methods using translation, NPTv6 or NAT66, and then another 2, for example, the number 5 is the centralization of the issue of providing resilience to a central hub, so the traffic is sent from branches to the central location and the central connection is connected to the internet reliably. And then we have an application proxy, which more or less is similar to number 3 or 4 in the table. The next question is how to compare the mechanisms. So we have looked at the available literature. In particular, we have borrowed some content. We took inspiration from RFC 3582, which is about supporting multi-homing. And we have defined at the moment 7 main requirements. The first one is support any number of carriers, at least 2, but could be more. End-to-end connectivity, and so you see all the others here. For example, how can I say, speed of convergence in case of a prefix deprecation, accessibility to well-guarded services, traffic steering, maintaining internal connectivity, no matter what's the status of the CPEs at the border, and so on. Now, as I said, there are 7 of them, but you see there is space for more. So anticipating one of the conclusions I'm sharing with you, if you think there is more we should consider, we are open to the discussion. So any contributions on that is really welcome. Having defined the mechanisms and the basis to compare them, we have started a, let's say, pros and cons analysis. Now, given the strict timing for the presentation, I'm not going to go through the entire table here. The scope is just to save you, if you're interested, a kind of 15 pages reading of our draft detailing, you know, all the bits and bytes of the different methods. But basically, you see that using PI or dynamic PA, so the first 2 methods, well, they have a lot of advantages. Basically, they are known, especially the usage of PA is kind of common configuration. Above all, they preserve the end-to-end connectivity, which is probably requirement number 1, considering we are dealing with IPv6. Clearly, they have cons. In the first case, well, there is a cost, a configuration cost for PI. Not all the businesses, not all the enterprises have interested in using that or spending time and energy in configuring. For PA, as we know, not all the issues are solved yet. So there are corner cases where problems may arise. On the other hand, just sticking to the use of ULA plus translation, well, they have advantages. We have to be pragmatical here. So they tend to resemble what we have today in the field. So they apply translation. It is true, NPT is prefix translation, is not NAT, which is, on the other hand, case number 4. But they have disadvantages. So you have to, let's say, take care if you want to apply them. There is the inability to connect, for example, from the outside if you use NAT6s, which is something that NPTv6 partially allows. So there is the entire pros and cons, and again, I invite you to read the draft and provide comments about that. I'm skipping the other 2 because more or less present similar issues here. So if we move to the, let's say, final comparison, basically, we have spent a lot of time in putting, you know, plus and minuses. So this technology is okay with a certain requirement. The other one is partially okay. You have, you know, fixes, or you have to manually configure something to apply that. So you do the mathematical sum, you draw the line, and you get this result. So basically, if you look at the arrow just at the bottom of the slide, theoretically speaking, the best method should be PI, followed by PA, and then the usage of ULA and translation. But as I said, that's I would say, theoretical. This is why we need the support from the technical community. And we have tried to do so, specifying a poll where everyone can propose the configuration used in the field, define the characteristics of the specific setup they are using. So having this table in mind, I move to the poll because here we have collected some feedback, some real feedback, I would say, from the people who decide to join this survey and propose their configuration. So as you see, starting from top left, the first question is how many CPEs actually you consider in your deployment, and you see the majority of the cases is 2. But there are cases when there are also 3 and more. The uplinks typically is 1 per CPE, but you see that there are also cases where there are 2. So a CPE is connected simultaneously to 2 different carriers. So you see that the specific setup, the specific configuration used may become quite difficult to be configured and maintained. What's the configuration you use? Typically is the active configuration. So it's not active standby. There are no routing protocols in between, VRRP, for example, for the dynamic update of the states between the 2 CPs. You see it's active. They are available at the same time, and clearly there is the coordination of the hosts inside the network to forward the traffic. And finally, the last question that is probably interesting, what is the method that you are currently employing? And you see that in blue, it's PI, followed by PA, and I would say that could be guessed from the beginning, but then there are different flavors of usage of ULA and translation. It's both MPTV6 and NAT66. You see the number of answers is not very high yet, so I do invite you to provide your experience and, let's say, grow together, see if our survey becomes statistically meaningful, and so that we can draw some more considerations for our work. By the way, you see at the top of the slide the link to connect and provide your feedback. So that I'm moving to the conclusions, and I hope I'm still, yes, in time. Probably something that we may expect from reading the different RFCs on the matter. PI is the best tool we have to support multi-homing. It is true because apart from getting the PI addressing and relying on the carriers to provide the announcement, there are no specific functionality requested on the host, so internally to the network of our site. And then PA. So again, if we look at the theory, what we have, probably that's the right choice. But there are consequences. So if the IAB statement I showed before is true, there may be in the future an impact on the global internet table. So we have to carefully define the applicability of PI. Maybe not today, but in a few years, that could be the case. And probably we are lacking some local factors, something that you consider in your job in dealing with multi-homing using IPv6 that is not considered yet in our draft. So that's why we'd like to know if there are some other non-technical aspects to consider to enrich the draft and to provide a sort of guideline for the applicability of the methods we have seen before. So is there any other requirement we should consider? We are very open to the discussion. So that's why we would be happy to get your operational experience. Any talks, any question, any comments, either at the microphone or during the break is more than welcome. And I would say that's it.
Yeah, I think we have Neil in the queue first.
Okay, why Neil is fighting with computers, I just jumped the queue. Oh, there he is. Hey Neil, word to you.
We can't hear you actually, I think.
No audio.
No, yes.
Oh, it's that one. Ah, is that better?
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was in the queue from earlier when I was pointing out that the first poll was running too fast and I forgot to stop. I think it was a good idea to run a dry run. So anyhow, that's all I have to say at the minute.
Okay, good.
Gerd Döring. I've been following the work on V6 Ops, and it's a great thing you actually do this. Because the problem space has been around forever, and actually having all the possible solutions in one document so people can make an educated choice is good. Why here? I want to sort of say my favorite model for the barbershop stuff is the dual provider aggregatable prefix. Not because it's less burden on the routing table, which it is, but also because it actually empowers the client machines to make decisions. So you could actually have the client say, my supercritical voice traffic goes to ISP-A and my bulk downloads go to ISP-B by proper source address selection, which of course opens the huge can of source address selection, source address failover if you have a communication. If you mostly prefer ISP-A but Google is not working there, you could just Google over ISP-B, but the applications wouldn't know how to do that. So there's potential for bright solutions, but stuff is missing and has been missing forever.
Yes, thank you. Fully agree. I don't know if maybe the next speaker is also touching this point in his presentation. Could be. There is much more work to do. Yeah, you're right, Gert.
Rinse Klok speaking from Delta Fiber. I also agree with Gert. I'm also not a big fan of PI space, so also the case about that growing routing table. And if that number you mentioned in start will do PI, we have a big problem for especially the users of alt routers. And also if I look at my own AS number, I see that PI is just a very small part of the customer. So yeah, that's the good thing. So that's what I want to state.
Thank you.
Urban Schodolnik. So have you looked? So we have an ability to inform clients that they have two different they're in two different PIs, but I won't say that it's supported because I have no idea where it's even used. But have you looked into mobile IP extension?
Not yet, not in detail. That's something we can consider.
Yes, because there is an ability, I would guess, that on the router we could replace and say, yeah, this is the IP where it's coming from now, but the previous was that one. So there is an ability to inform, or at least an approximation of that. So maybe that should be an option to look if that's possible or if that can inspire a new solution.
Yeah. Let's discuss later, maybe.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, George, 6Connect. Thank you for this. It's an interesting research. And if the AAB methodology is correct, then you have 10 million. Yeah, then or we decide not to do PI addressing, or we decide that silicon is cheap, right? Maybe it will become cheap. I don't know. But if we do a PA thing, the thing that you showed in your first slide, if the CPE1 would die, then the neighbor reachability protocol would take care of it and switch the gateway to the next one. That part is solved. The part with the host source selection mechanism being fundamentally broken is not solved yet. But we're working on that at the IETF when people is now changing the standards that the host must have, must keep the information from which gateway they received which prefix. This is part of the solution that maybe will get implemented in years. And the other problem is if the CPE one, when it comes back alive, receives a different prefix, then we have a problem, right? Because, and Jen has a beautiful draft and beautiful, very, very, very good solution how to fix that with creating different gateways for different prefixes.
I have a working solution.
Yes, yes, and I like it. I like it. I would like to help you with working on that. So yeah, we need to fix that part, because we documented in one RIPE document that is talking about prefix delegation, dynamic or static, exactly this problem. And I am glad that somebody is working on this. Thank you. And we are also now trying to change the timers of the TTLs of the prefixes at the IETF, and I hope we will get through soon. Thank you.
Yeah, just don't forget to submit the draft. I'll put myself on the queue. No chair. Heads on. Actually, question: are you intentionally trying to kind of boil the ocean and cover all possible random number of links and so on? Because I think it still might be easier if you consider different typical scenarios, which might be low-hanging fruit, and cover, let's say, 80% of our current use cases, and make it more like attractive for people, and let the last 10 or 20% as like something we need to think about. Because also I suspect that all these complex scenarios, which is hard to address now, might actually belong to the cases when networks do have their own PA space and don't have that problem at all, right? I basically do not know how big is the problem for I have 25 different carriers and 5 wall gardens, and I still don't have my PA space. So maybe we don't want to focus on it. I just don't know. And the second question, yes, following up on Jan said, right? We cannot solve this in most of the cases without Rule 5.5, right? Without host tracking gateways, but Microsoft Windows does this as far as I know. Apple definitely does this. I know there are open source developers in the room, so I know there is some work on Linux happening. Linux is probably the biggest problem right now, right? So we just need to make it happen in Linux, and then we, strictly speaking, cover in most of the like normal host operating systems, right? Because without it, yeah, the only thing you can do probably is PI or NAT, and NAT would break applications, because it might work for v4, but for v6 there is no NAT traversal in many implementations, right? So you just cannot do NAT, because I think the argument it breaks applications basically disqualifies the solution, right? So yeah.
Yes. So a quick question to both the comments. Yes, for sure. The draft will evolve according also to the evolution of the other drafts that you mentioned. And in terms of use cases, well, our intention initially was to collect, the currently available setups, configurations, whatever. But as you said, Jen, probably the draft will evolve, to simplify a bit, the landscape. So just considering the most common developments.
Oh, thank you. More questions? No one on the,
Ciao Paolo, Brian from TWT Unidata Group. I just wanted to bring more an observation of what I've seen in the last year, coming from some multinational American companies. Here in Italy, I've had 3 different tenders for offers where they have their own AS system and they have their own IP6 addresses, and they're assigning /48s worldwide to different sites, all from their own block. And so I've seen now that the bigger companies are already moving towards a PI type of solution and fragmenting, obviously, so we're getting, I've seen 3 in the last year, and they're all American multinational companies. I haven't seen it yet from any European companies, but a lot of things start over there and kind of boil over here. So I don't know if that's the same experience others are seeing, but it's for us, it started.
Thank you. And let's say that based on the feedback we have collected so far, you're right. So probably the big guys tend to prefer PI. Probably they have money and, as I said, energy to put in that.
Okay, more questions? 3, 2, 1. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, Paolo.
Thank you.
What? Oh.
Okay, so don't be fooled by the slides, color, and fonts. It's not Jen speaking, right? This is Eric Vyncke from Cisco. And by the way, AS109 Cisco is using a single PI and announcing it multiple places from the world. But I mean, we're not a small company. So this session is basically the continuation of what we did at IETF BOF in Rotterdam. I want to keep the contact between this community and the IETF community. I mean, a couple of people, Tom and others, are bridging, but let's make a session as well. So what's new? Disclaimer. I will take the liberty to basically express my own opinion on some work in progress is coming down there. They neither represent Cisco or, as I'm also the Internet Area Director at the IETF, it does not represent the opinion of the ISG on this one. Having said this, let's start with V6 ops, IPv6 operation, okay? The first one, 2001 DB8/32, the documentation prefix. In some cases, it's not large enough. If you want to make example over a service provider having multiple customers, each of them doing MPLS VPN or other layer 3 network and having multiple sites, clearly, if you want to be realistic, you need something which is a smaller prefix. So the intent is to get a /20 there to be more realistic. I think that's a no-brainer, right? So that's cool. Another one is kind of funny. We all know IPv6 only network exists, and this is mission possible, right? Again, a small hint. But if you want to have your resolver, recursive resolver on your host, because you may want to do DNSSEC, for instance, on your own, how do you do DNS 6.4 or even to reach IPv4 only website, especially if the authoritative server that you want to contact, because you are the recursive resolver on your own PC, is v4 only. It means that the DNS request needs to go through the NAT 6.4 as well. So, but you get a chicken and egg somehow, right? Because you cannot run DNS 6.4 without reaching the authoritative server. So basically, you need to be able to pre-configure a few things and notably discover the prefix used for NAT 6.4. So it's basically very simple draft, but that's interesting use case. Other one, and this is where I will express my own opinion. This ULA usage consideration draft was quietly lingering in a cemetery forgotten by everyone, but is back to life. So I'm not too happy on this. I don't like ULA, just in case you didn't notice. Another one is draft winters. So as it starts with draft and last name and not draft IETF, it means that it's not adopted yet by the working group, right? It's very far away in the design process, publication process. But you will see in my last slides, there is a working group called SNAC, and no, it's not in for lunch. I will explain it. That's basically where, if you receive a delegated prefix as a CPE, you may want to run as well DHCP PD towards your customer, right? On your LAN, on the inside. I mean, it seems to be common sense, but that's nice to say. API Ball. Remember 2011, 2012, API Ball saved the world and permitted basically the deployment of V6, because we were assuming V6 is broken, right? There's a V2, which is implemented right now. There's a V3 coming. And the V3 will use as well a new DNS resource record called SVCB, where it's basically gluing a few errors together to oversimplify it. So the V3 of API Ball will use SVCB, including the selection about the transport mechanism, right? Whether it's quick or TCP, for instance. meaning we are shifting for something which is completely IPv6 oriented to something which is transport as well. So this API Bolt version 3 may move outside of v6 ops to something which is more transport oriented. Then we got the Paolo's draft, which I think is useful. Another one, again, a guess about the font and the color of the slides. It's DHCP PD per host or per node. It's basically not only giving out a single IPv6 address to a node, but giving out a complete prefix, a delegated prefix, typically a /64 to respect Slack and so on. Why? Think about tethering. If you want an host, tether multiple hosts behind, so you need to extend it. Or if you want to run multiple VMs, having multiple containers on your laptop, you need multiple v6 addresses, right? But it's also easier because as all hosts right now have multiple v6 address, right, temporary addresses, for instance, for privacy extension, it means that all the routers and the switches and so on needs to remember the mapping between the MAC address and the v6 address. It doesn't scale so much, right? So if you do this, you only need to remember a single mapping, this prefix to this link local, and it's moving from neighbor discovery, which was never very secure, not very scalable, into routing, because you route to a prefix, right? So it's much more scalable, it's much more resilient as well. So pretty cool. Some brief, just a check. Can you guess which working group is this one? 1 man, 2 man, 3 man, 4 man, 5 man, 6 man, right? And it's a, yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, I stole it from Jen as well. Sorry, Jen. It's not you? Okay. Okay, anyway, it's not you. Anyway, so you are awake. So on this one, remember when I said we may want to delegate a prefix to a host, but how can a host knows that he can get a prefix? So one idea there is basically to add into the PIO, the prefix information option, one flag telling, hey, there is also delegated prefix there, right? So you can ask and request a PD. Another one, RFC 6724, which is basically the source address selection. They want to make a change. Because currently, if you have an IPv6 global, it is preferred, of course, to IPv4 address, but IPv4 is preferred to ULA, which I think does make sense. But some big US federal network are deployed only using ULA. So having ULA and RFC 1918 address space, if you are following RFC 6724, you end up using RFC 1918 address. And if you want to move to IPv6, it's not really correct. So because some people, and again, this is my own opinion, right? Because some people make some strange network design, we may want to change this draft there and basically updating the RFC, just in case I don't like it. Another one from thread templing, and again, this draft thread template, so it's not an IETF working group document. It's based on the fact that bandwidth is higher and higher, and the latency doesn't change too much. So you can have more than 65,000 fragments on the path, still waiting to be reassembled. So you'll be running out of IDs for the fragments. So you want to extend the fragment IDs space from 16-bit to 32 bits or more. -00, right? So it's basically a very early thing. Extension headers, the one we like. There are basically two competing drafts. I mean, roughly for the same thing. I will start with the bottom one, which is, by the way, from Bob Hinden, so the one who wrote IPv6. It basically says each and every new hop-by-hop options, the stuff that you put inside, right, should be designed and only accepted if they can be done wire speed, right? Very easy to do. Can be done in ASIC. And if you remember, all the options you put into hop-by-hop options start with 2 bits, and the 2 bits are basically used to say, hey, if you know process, if you don't know discard or process and pass and so on. They want to remove all the discard part and replace mass discard by may discard. So the hope is there. People will accept more and more hop by hop because they can simply forward it blindly, right? You don't even need to understand it to forward it. The other one, and as you can guess, I don't like it. Again, personal point of view. It's extension header limits. There is a sentence there, there's the one in italic. A source host should not send a packet with an IPv6 header chain larger than 104 bytes. I think this is sending a bad sign because it basically will end up in maybe RFP using the next RIPE 772, saying, hey, you only need to support 104 bytes. And guess what? All the vendors, maybe including my own employer, will design hardware only doing this and no more. So we may end up forever being limited with 104 size for all the extension header chain. And this is scary, right? It's really scary a lot of me, to be honest. Maybe I'm paranoid. Routing headers, there are many, many things happening there. There is one called 6-man SIDS. The SIDS is segment identifier as used for SRv6. This draft, which is a past working group last call, so will be anytime soon evaluated by the ISG, clarifies the relationship with SRv6 SID and IPv6 addresses, right? And a side note, they also request to the IANA a /16 prefix that could be used by any operator deploying SRv6, so making the filtering very easier. In the same vein, there is a very early draft, not in 6-man, but in Terraria, where they want to make a neater time specific for SRv6. Not linked to SRv6, but there is in 6-man something called compressed routing header. It's called CRH, which is experimental, and I think it will go there. Last one, and that's one where I have high expectation and high hope it can come. Some people in the room like SRv6, other people do not like it for security reason. But let's fix it, right? Let's write a draft all together and saying exactly what are the issues, yes or no. I have personally very high expectation there. We need to do things based on facts, so let's document them. Now, the road for 6-man publication can be very bumpy. Just to give you an example, something which is very simple. You know, all of us are doing the first command, right? For instance, to discover all the nodes in one segment, we type ping ff02:1, so all node on the link local multicast. And of course, you need to be specific and provide a scope for the link local. So %ETH0. There's an RFC for this, 6874. Now, we want to modify somehow, and now we are facing an issue because people doing it and the web, what they call the web browser community, so the people coming from W3C, the Mozilla, and the Chrome people, do not like it too much because if you port this to an URL like HTTP FE80::1 %ETH0, for their parser, it's not easy. You remember when you see some URL somewhere, all the Unicode and the space are % encoded. So all they tend to say, hey, we will try to decode %ETH0 as a Unicode character, and we will be failing, right? Okay, now we can argue, oh, it is between brackets, but it's too complex or whatever. So we are kind of stuck there. There's a very simple document, but it's stuck. I mean, besides trying, I don't know what I could do there. Snack. It's not time to leave for lunch, but we have more and more networks that want to attach to the residential Wi-Fi network. Think about light bulbs. Think about our AirPods. These kind of things can be using IP layer, IPv6 sometimes. And they're using, for instance, IEEE 802.15.4, but this MAC layer is using either 64-bit MAC address or 16-bit MAC address. you cannot bridge those MAC addresses to a network having 48 bits like normal Wi-Fi, right? So you need to be routing. The speed as well is completely different. We know that V6 is pretty chatty. You don't want to send all those chat broadcasts over the Wi-Fi, is really bad. But if you forward it on a low power network, you'll be killing the battery, right? So we need to find a way. Taking into account that we cannot request any change into the Wi-Fi network, right? It must run with existing thing. We simply need to find new parameters and basically best common practices to do it. And it must work with IPv4, DualStack, and V6 only. And talking about boiling the ocean, maybe you remember HomeNet, working group at the IETF, that tries to be very, very flexible, addressing all the use case. It failed because the solution was too complex, it took too long, right? And requested change from the CPE to everywhere. So we want to avoid this. So there's a SNAC working group. There's only one draft. There's maybe another one. And we are reusing existing mechanism. That's what I put it in yellow. Very important, right? We do not change anything there. For instance, we're using array on what they call Athale, adjacent infrastructure link, basically to detect whether there's IPv6 on the Wi-Fi network, the main network. I don't like ULA, but in some cases they need to be used. So using ULA on the attached network, for instance, and as well using ULA on the Wi-Fi network if there is no IPv6 there. Reusing a NAS64, making a multicast DNS, no wonder if you look about the authors from the SNAC document and the MDNS document, they are the same, right? So they're reusing their own tools. Last working group to finish on time, DHCP. The authors of the DHCP v6 document, so RFC 8415, wants to make it proposed Internet standards, which is the highest level. Currently it's proposed standards. Doesn't make a big deal, in my opinion, but they want to do it, why not? For doing this, they need to clean up the specification and remove all the parts that are not used and not deployed. So there is one part of the DHCP v6 that was never deployed to our knowledge, and happy to be proven wrong. It is the IETF, where DHCP was used to assign temporary addresses, right? Like the Slack and the privacy extension, but done by DHCP. So we'll be removing this. And the last one, and you can see again by the fonts and the color, sorry, she's hiding there. And I find it honestly very, very amusing. We all know that some operating systems do not support DHCP to get an address, right? The same people are basically requesting to use DHCP to communicate to a DHCP server which address they have selected. So you should see some face in the top. That's how I read it. Anyway, so we disagree there, and happy, of course, to take comments and questions there. So I can read for the slides. Right, so IPv6 is not yet done. We still need to do a lot of work, so nice to see it. Operators' views are not only welcome, but they are required. I know it has been a bumpy road between the operators and the IETF, very bumpy, but please come. As I said, all the presented work there is work in progress, so it's still time to change it. And happy to be fixed on my last slide because you don't like it, obviously.
1 minute, 56 seconds for questions. Please be quick. Yeah.
Yeah, George, 6 Connect. Thank you for this brief thing. With my RIPE 772 co-author hat on, if you as an Internet Era director will let that 104 thing through, then we will have to update it, of course. Well, you know, it's up to you. And the other thing is, I really like the idea of prefix delegation to every host, because if I have /64 on the host, imagine if everybody on the planet would implement this, we can get rid of IP ports, because then you can run a web server on IP, and we can completely get rid of these weird ports that, you know, how cool would that be? Huh?
Very cool. I will
Excellent.
reply offline, right? I will take the questions, and I will not reply. Tom.
Oh, God. So there's a lot of mention of some SRv6 related drafts in there, obviously. I'm surprised you didn't mention microsids. But yeah, to provide some context for the operators that are here, I'm a co-author on the interior draft, Trusted Domain SRv6, which is seeking an ether type for SRv6, optional ether type for SRv6. And also, of course, there's a draft by one of your colleagues at Cisco requesting a prefix for IANA. The reason that we're doing, I think, it's certainly in my case, the reason that we're looking at this is because the microsids draft requires, allows for you to forego the SRH in the packet. And at that point, it looks a lot like IPv6, which concerns me greatly. So what I wanted to provide that context, and I wanted to make sure that people are aware of the microsids draft and the reason why we're looking at trying to get ether types for these things and prefixes from IANA, because we need to be able to differentiate these things.
Always welcoming comment there. And by the way, it's not the macrosid for the SRH less. My understanding is SRH can be suppressed from the normal SRH as well. So it's a long time ago. Which is, I agree with your mimic. I agree with your mimic, right? Don't take me wrong.
Jordi Palet. Just to mention that I think there is one additional draft, which is important for this community, which is being updated, which is RFC 7084, the basic IPv6 CPE protocols, right?
Yeah, Tobias Siewig, MPA Informatics. I would also like to mention two additional drafts. One is the one updating the DNS transport requirements, making IPv6 an equal citizen to IPv4, which I think is something long overdue. And there's also something that has gone stale in, I think, int area, which deals with IPv4 via IPv6 next hops, which we do have for NLRI and BGP announcements, but it is an amazing way to get rid of v4 on your transit links, and everyone should check it out.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you, Eric. Jordi.
Easier. Switch off. So I cannot mention the customer, but this is a real customer that we started deploying in June this year. If somebody want to know offline, I can talk about that. Just to set the stage about what I am calling mid-size, because it depends on your perception. This is a wired broadband which about 5,000 DSL subscribers, very few GPON at the moment, growing up, also business customers, etc. We are using, well, they were using already before starting the IPv6 deployment PPPoE for both prepaid and postpaid customers. Main issue in this part of the network, there is not an automatic configuration system. So everything that you do or you need to do in any CP, you need to go home by home of every subscriber, right? So it's quite challenging. About the cellular part, it's a small country, it's a set of islands. The total population living there is about 70,000 subscribers. So that's the scope, the maximum scope of the network, of the cellular network. Actually, they have about 40,000 contracts, and typically the concurrency is 25,000 cellular users at the same time. From those, 80% more or less is Android, 20% is iOS. There is also support for broadband modems over the cellular network, VoLTE. Another problem in this network, there is no support for over-the-air upgrades. So again, if you do changes in the networks like APNs or whatever, you need to go and tell every user to change the setup. So that's what happens with this kind of small ISPs, right? What was the initial status of the network? They were using, well, they are still using CGN for subscribers, especially in the cellular network. Not so much in the broadband because they have at the moment sufficient addresses, but challenging already. The core was already supporting IPv6 over MPLS, etc. Nothing special. There is a single upstream provider supporting dual stack, which it has also a single upstream and it's not the best one. It's one of these upstream providers that has problems bidding with the others. Everybody knows probably who I am talking about. They have the upstream provider has caches, but only from Meta. I think I can say that. So for the other big content providers, there are no caches at the moment, and they are not at the moment IPv6 enabled. Well, when we started the project. There are a few islands outside the main one, which they are connected either by some fiber links or by also satellite in some cases. Some of the fiber links were broken about 2 years ago because a submarine explosion of a crater, etc. So that's probably giving you some indications of which country we are talking about. So they are recovering still from that. They already had allocated /32 from APNIC, and that's sufficient for this network. They had already an addressing plan, but we needed to redesign this a little bit because they have some misunderstandings, even if they got already some IPv6 training about how to properly do an addressing plan with IPv6. We decided that each customer is going to get a /48. I mean for broadband. For cellular, of course, we do /64 for each PDP context. /64 also with global unicast addresses for the point-to-point links. And then they had also some corporate customers, including government and data centers, which of course they require multi-homing, even if today the upstream provider is a single one, depending on a single one, but that will change in a few months. And we suggested them to change from LIR assigned space to IPv6 PA directly from APNIC, as well. The presentation from Paolo already described this situation before. What we do with typically all our customers is we start with training. We actually don't support doing a customer consultancy if we don't do a training previously, because we learned across the years that they have very broken misunderstandings about IPv6, and if we try to do a consultancy and don't retrain them, many things get broken or misunderstood. So actually they attended, we do trainings, IPv6 trainings in different registry meetings. So we did the training in the New Caledonia meeting of APNIC, and they attended that one. And then for this project, we did an on-site training covering different departments of the customer. Also a workshop for customers and executives. The key question was why IPv6? I always tell all the customers this: IPv6 is actually easier than IPv4, but you need to unlearn IPv4 to learn IPv6, right? That's the big problem. We did a review of all the core distribution, access equipment, etc., etc. We decide what needs to be upgraded in terms of firmware or hardware. It depends also on the financial capabilities. In this case, this customer got the funding from the APNIC Foundation, so they had sufficient money to cover almost everything. We discovered some bugs also across the initial deployment, as usual. When we start looking at every customer, we look for how we do the transition in every kind of network. And in this case, because the situation with the CPEs, we decided that we will take the advantage to deploy an ACAs together with dual stack, because the current providers of the CPEs don't support yet 464X-LAT, but this is going to change. So even if we deploy right now just dual stack, because we also deploy an ACS, we can turn that into 464X-LAT in a later point in the time. For the cellular network, of course, there is no doubt, we go for 464X-LAT. How we do the cellular setup? Basically, we always try to convince the customer to go for a single APN supporting both IPv4 only, IPv6 only, and dual stack PDP contexts. And this way, you can progressively deploy IPv6 on different kind of user equipments, depending on your timing, depending on the features of the user equipment, etc., etc. So that's the typical way of doing this as well for us. We need to review things like the billing support for the cellular network, also aspects covering the roaming. And there are other important IETF documents that if you got involved in any of these projects, I recommend you to take a look. Especially some of them are related to the roaming itself. Some general deployment aspects, as it happens very often, there was no an IPAM, so we needed to start an IPAM. That in this case we used just open source. The monitoring systems were already IPv6 capable, so that was not a problem. We typically do at the start of the project try to collect data about what are the top 10 or top 20 applications in the network, so we can understand how much traffic will move from IPv4 to IPv6 when IPv6 is enabled. Okay, so this way we can measure what will be the impact of the IPv6 deployment, and especially we can calculate how much bandwidth we need to be capable for the NAT64 boxes. We added support for 6BPE because some of the business customers require that if we deploy IPv6 for them as well. Configured IPv6 PTRs, DNS64. That was easy because they had already the DNS based on bind, so quite easy. And we were lucky as well because the existing CGN boxes were supporting in different interfaces, not in the same interface, but that's quite normal, running NAT64, and the performance was sufficient, so no new boxes required. And we used we decided to use the well-known prefix. As usual, in terms of security, we start with the existing IPv4 security policies. We make sure that ICMPv6 is not filtered. We also make sure and double check that PMTUD is not broken. Updating BGP filtering, etc. RPKI, DNSSEC, again, another problem. The existing CCTLD don't have DNSSEC, so the root signatures cannot be used. So that's a delay on that part. As usual, the most difficult part, typically the CPE, we use RFC 8585 in order to push the vendors to support the CLAT. I mentioned already before, we didn't have a provisioning system or a automatic configuration system, so we need to go on site to every customer to turn it IPv6 on. There was already a no bug, which is a threat with IPv4, so that's also an opportunity to resolve that situation. Fortunately, it has not been exploited, at least not too much that is now to take over the customer CPEs, but it's a dangerous situation that we take the opportunity to resolve as well. I think I mentioned that already before. We took the opportunity to deploy the ECAs together with the deployment of dual stack at the moment only in some of the customers, not the 5,000 yet. That's work for the customer to do in the next months. Regarding the cellular network, depending on the Android version that you have, you need to manually select the PDP type that you want. So you need to say, I want to stay with IPv4 or move to dual stack or move to IPv6 only. So that's again, something that needs to be done because there is not an OTA to do it automatically. What the customer is considering, because at the moment, the testing that has been done in the cellular has been basically employees. So what they are considering is a carrot. So offering free bandwidth to the users that switch to IPv6, et cetera, things like that, okay? Apple, it's another history. Basically, I will say that if you need to turn IPv6 in a cellular network, and this is something that happened to me in all the cellular projects that we participated, you need to do it ahead of time because it takes ages to get the Apple liaison to react and to get it done, okay? Basically, what it happens is that you can configure a few handsets to get IPv6 only and CLAT for the tethering. You need to connect with USB the handsets to your computer to do that. But of course, that can be done for a dozen, but you cannot do for hundreds. And when you have done the testing, you need to tell Apple to prepare a cellular profile that will come to the user iPhone in the updates. Okay, so it's strictly. Well, as usually, we do a lot of testing. I mentioned here, I forgot to put in the slide. It was too late yesterday night. I mentioned here that we do some testing, which initially with employees, basically in the broadband network, but for the cellular network, we did the same. So basically, we turn on IPv6 only in some Androids and some iPhones for employees, and this is the stage we are right now. Regarding the project timing, we can say that we started working with this customer a few years ago when they attended the New Caledonia IP-NIC meeting. Well, probably we can say that that was the start of the project, but actually the real work was some initial work in May this year. I was there for 2 weeks on site in June. Then I have been working on the project about 2 months afterwards, and we plan about 6 additional months for the customer to finish the complete deployment, at least in the cellular part. Maybe the broadband is more difficult and will take time because 5,000 visits to household servers is not something that you do in just 6 months, even if the island is not too big. But in comparison, I can tell that I have done similar projects for customers which have about 30 million subscribers. So having an ACA, having OTA, all these kind of things change the things quite a bit, right? And finally, I documented this kind of deployments already in RFC 8683, which is now like 5 years old, I think. So basically, you have much more information about all this in this document. And I think that was my last slide. Yeah, thank you.
Michael?
Michael Richardson. So I have some less large experiences with customers in dual stacking and IPv6. And one of the problems I discovered is that customers complain that something is broken. And I go, works for me. and then I discover that they're an IPv4 only customer, and it really does just work on v6. And so in your previous point that you dual stack many of the employees, did you experience the problem where in fact you had to undual stack them at times so that they could actually find out what was really broken?
I have found a situation where, for example, some gaming companies suggested the customers to disable IPv6.
Right.
And then they were believing that they are running IPv6 and it's not working, but actually it's not working because they disable it. So I'm not sure if it's the same problem, but yeah, sometimes we need to try to reproduce the problem that the customer has, and it's not easy. And then we need to tell them let's try disabling IPv4, disabling IPv6 to see the differences. I think it's case by case. What are the applications that are failing, etc., etc. But in general, I don't think I have too much problems.
Have that problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Rinse Kloek speaking from Delta Fiber. Thanks for your presentation. I see a lot of similarity about the broadband part, like finding CP vendors that support 464 XLAT. I also had some experience. Did you finally find a CPE vendor that did support the CLAT part of 464 XLAT?
I am one of the authors of RFC 8585, and the other two co-authors are vendors. They support it, but it's true that sometimes you need to go to the vendor and tell them, provide me a firmware for this specific device. And in some situations, we use an OpenWRT, a specific, let's say, configurations for some customers, but not all the customers are happy on using open source, even if the original vendor is using OpenWRT as the foundation for his firmware, right? So yes, definitively there are not too many, but depending on how big you are, you can push the vendors to provide that, or otherwise it makes sense when you renew the CPs because they need more higher bandwidth, or a more modern wireless device like Wi-Fi 6 or 6E. Take advantage of that, and if your existing provider don't resolve the problem, look for another one.
Okay, thank you.
Urban Zudonik here. So you mentioned that with APNs with Apple there, if I understand, like I'm just asking for a clarification, there's an OTA from Apple that updates them. Is that correct?
No, you need to have an OTA platform on your network.
Okay.
The same that in the case of wired broadband, you need to have ACS system if you want to make it easy.
Because I'm also asking for Android, because I see there obviously the configuration is already there. Is that just baked at in the OS when you get the phone? So
in Android it's much easier, because if they are, I don't remember right now which version specifically. I can try to look for that for you, but it may depend also on the specific vendor or model. At some point in the time, if they see that they can choose just IPv6 only, it just works, and you don't need to change the PDP type manually.
Okay, so I was just wondering, because default is king, and like what are the times to transition? Okay, I think I got my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
More questions? No? Thank you, Jordi. Yeah. And now the moment we all been waiting for, and it's not lunch. It's actually the result of chair selection.
Yes.
And right.
All right. We had a selection, and there was a little bug with the poll. It started a bit early, or it ended too early. No matter what, we had 2 polls, and now we can see the results.
Yeah, and we're looking for the last poll, I guess, because we explicitly asked to re-vote.
Yes, but we can see what happened, and the result is clear, though. Paolo, thank you for standing, but unfortunately not this time. Christian, could you come up to the stage, please? Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for voting for me. Although only some of you might know me from the last years, and I hope I can support and engage in the IPv6 working group in the next 3 years.
Welcome to the team.
Okay. Then please remember to rate the talks.
Yes, please. Rate the talks and see you all in Krakow. And please suggest the talks. Please submit your talks. If you are not happy with the agenda, it's actually your fault.
And now off to lunch. Get out of here.
Why?
We love you so
Non arriva niente, no? Sul mixer non vedi niente.
her face and the transcript. I mean, we could have, yeah, her face and the transcript.
Ja, muss man so sagen, die sind absolut.
Hello.
In der Schweiz sind sie sehr erfolgreich.
Now I should say something really nasty for microphone testing. Yeah. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to the cooperation working group session. In case you thought this was something else, now it's your chance to run away. We are very happy to have a very, very dense agenda. And even then there were a lot of things where people said, oh, but shouldn't you also talk about this? And actually, in one of the presentations, you're going to get a little bit of an overview of some of all the things coming out of, for example, the European Commission, which was way too much to cover in depth in this session. So we will try to do a separate webinar or something sort of in between the meetings to fill in on that. But so, welcome, and I'm actually going to hand over to Desiree to introduce our first speaker. Go ahead, Desiree.
Thank you, Yulf, and welcome everyone to our session. It is a great honor to actually announce that Ms. Carol Roach has kindly accepted our invitation to come and talk to us. She has recently been appointed as the chair of the UN Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And she's also an Undersecretary at the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Bahamas. She is joining us remotely, and I would like to say just a couple of words to put some context to say that we are actually seeing that the internet governance landscape is changing, and it's an inflection point. And therefore, we're really grateful to have Ms. Carol Roach joining us here today to discuss some of these trends. And she has a huge background in trying to put a diverse set of stakeholders working together. And I hope that she has already joined us online, and we should promote her as a speaker. So with that, I would like to give the floor and also to ask you to give her a warm round of applause if she's online. Carol, can you hear us? She did join our meeting on Monday, and but she has lost the connection just for a second. Anyhow, while she comes back, perhaps we can say a few more words. The Internet Governance Forum, the UN initiative that she's chairing, is having its mandate review in a couple of years, so it's a very hot seat. And I hope that you will also have some questions for her as well. Feel free also for the online participants to click either on a mic or on the camera if you want to make a comment. Yulf will be moderating any questions. Let's see if Carol managed to rejoin us. Okay. Okay, I'm hearing that she has rejoined us. Can you see her? Please make her a speaker. Yes. Thank you. We have a different setting this afternoon with 2 different screens, and hopefully we would be able to see her as well. Okay, you can speak up now. I'm going to do a bit of agenda bashing and perhaps ask our next speaker, Romain Bosc, to come and take the floor until we figure out any technical details. I'm not sure which vehicle this is, but we're experiencing interesting.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry,
And could
your feed keeps coming in and out. This is Carol.
welcome, Carol. Can you switch on your camera as well, please?
My camera, okay. As far as I know, my camera is on.
It's on.
Oh, you see? Oh, there you go.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you and see you clearly. Welcome, and thanks for vaping with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been having a great time. I've gotten out of my bed early some mornings and logged into some sessions, and they were very good. But it is indeed my pleasure to be here with you today at RIPE 87. It's an important meeting that brings together internet service providers, network operators, and many others. I am Carol Roach from the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Government of the Bahamas. Just a few weeks ago, I was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General as the chair of the Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and I'm very proud to be that. As you know, the IGF is a global multi-stakeholder platform through which all stakeholders can discuss public policy issues pertaining to the internet and things digital. At this meeting, many stakeholders are present who greatly support the IGF, processes of sessions, participation, organizers and speakers at its annual forum. As contributors to its intersessional work and as donors to the IGF Trust Fund, I want you to know that we are all immensely grateful for your support. It is stakeholders like you who make the IGF alive, relevant, and much needed. We concluded the 18th annual IGF meeting in early October in Kyoto. The meeting hosted by the government of Japan was opened with remarks from the UN Secretary General and the Prime Minister of Japan. And as the Prime Minister rightly said in his welcoming statement, by bringing together participants from all over the world, from different perspectives, and bringing together their wisdom through a multi-stakeholder approach, we can maximize the benefits of the internet whilst reducing risk. Indeed, with a record number of 9,000 participants in Kyoto, the IGF proved to be a remarkably productive multi-stakeholder platform, enabling discussions among all stakeholder groups. Over 300 sessions took place under the overarching theme of the internet we want, empowering all people, and around 8 main themes ranging from digital inclusion, human rights, to internet fragmentation, artificial intelligence, and global digital governance. The IGF leadership panel, chaired by Vyncke, well known as the father of the internet, and co-chaired by the Nobel Prize winner Maria Ressa, also took the opportunity to present their vision paper on the internet we want. The IGF leadership panel believes that the internet we want is whole and open, universal and inclusive, free-flowing and trustworthy, safe and secure, and rights respecting. I would like to encourage you to consult this paper, but also the Kyoto IGF messages that consolidated the major takeaways from all sessions. The next year's IGF will be hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. As a leading hub for tech development and digital entrepreneurship in the MENA region, we plan to work with the host country to ensure that the 19th IGF is a success in terms of stakeholder engagement and program quality. The IGF is a forum that aims to identify areas for continued development, and we are keen on providing a platform that better caters to the technical communities. As such, we would welcome any ideas that could contribute to the 2024 cycle serving you better. We are at an important momentum given several important processes happening. The UN member states continue negotiating the Global Digital Compact, aiming to have it agreed upon during the next year's Summit of the Future. The WSIS Plus 20 process, which will take place in 2025, has already started its active consultation process. It will mark a significant milestone of 2 decades of progress made in the implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit on the Information Society. As a major outcome of WSIS, IGF's mandate will also be part of the 2025 review and process. An organized, strong, and active technical community is critical, very critical, for a safe, secure, unfragmented, and interoperable internet. And this further means that it is vital for its various stakeholders to participate in all internet governance-related processes, including the IGF. In my role as the chair of the MAG, I invite you to cooperate and collaborate with us. Join us in working together for a strong IGF that stands for good, multi-stakeholder governance of the internet. We look forward to your feedback and input today. Thank you for inviting me, and it's definitely my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you so much for being with us. And we really know what it's like being in a small island in the Caribbean with difficult internet connectivity. So we are very grateful that you bore with us. And just for the transcript, when you mentioned the 19th IGF, it came out as the 90th.
We will get there. We will get there.
With you in the driving seat, I would like to see as the audience here and our community to see if they have any specific questions for you in terms of how the IGF is either evolving or so I pass on. You have a mic here, or you can come up, or you can send a question in the room. Let's see if there's anyone coming up. Yes, we have. Please give your name and.
Hi, I'm Ignacio Castro from Queen Mary University of London. Thank you, Carol. I was at the IGF. I found it quite interesting and revealing, but I was also surprised that there was very limited, from my own perspective, integration between the technical community and the other stakeholders. And very frequently, the perception was a little bit like a siloed conversations, and I'm wondering whether this is a perception that exists and whether there are plans to try to address it.
That may be the perception because of how we are organized with regards to sessions. And if you have ideas or any suggestions to how we could improve this, we are definitely looking forward to it. Especially for our online participants, we are quite aware that sometimes they feel like second-class citizens, and we don't want that. So yes, we would definitely like more input from the technical community. The areas that we cover, definitely we need your input. So if the RIPE organization could put together some thoughts and ideas, we will definitely try to implement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then at the back, please.
Yes, thank you. It's Robert Carolina. I'm General Counsel with Internet Systems Consortium. Madam Secretary, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on your appointment. As you look forward to the next few years of engagement with the IGF, what, in your opinion, would constitute the continued success of that project? So if you were to think a few years into the future, what types of things in your mind would constitute evidence that the process continues to succeed?
Excellent question. I'm actually part of the government stakeholder group, and what I would really like to see more is the government side also participating and learning and being able to make proper decisions based on the inputs that we give. Governments tend to shy away when it comes to the thought of anything technical. So besides getting the technical community more involved, I think we need to also reach out more to the judicial part of countries as well as to regulators, because we as a multi-stakeholder group, even though we come together, we make the issues, we come up with great policies, great plans, it's really up to the government to actually institute them within the countries. So they're critical stakeholder. I think that we can engage more, and that will be one of my focuses in the coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have two questions from the front mic after Jim is closed for this agenda item. Thank you.
Blake Willis with Zayo. Thank you very much for attending our conference and presenting today. It's really appreciated. To respond to the first question, the Internet Society helps organize regional and local Internet Governance Forum meetings in probably most ripe NCC member countries. Maybe not all of them, but if you're interested in participating in this process, I would encourage anyone in the room. If you're in the cooperation working group, then the IGF meetings locally will be your thing. There's probably one in your capital city. So I've been doing it for a couple of years, pretty much since COVID, and it's been great. Thanks.
Okay,
Would
thank
you.
you.
Like to add something, Carol, or just go to the next question?
No, I will look out for the next meeting. Sorry, I'm trying to read the transcript because of the poor connectivity, so I might take a little longer to respond.
Okay, Jim Reid, DNS guy, and various participants in all sorts of strange internet governance things from time to time. I hope you can keep up with the transcription with my really bad Scottish accent, because that will cause problems. I've really just got a suggestion for you. You talk about trying to have more engagement and with the technical community. This may well be a problem in an IGF setting, because these big meetings take place in faraway places, and it can be quite expensive, both in terms of time and cost, to send people from industry to these venues when it's maybe not clear what the business investment or the return on that investment might be. So maybe another approach might be is to ask your participating governments to see what kind of engagement they do nationally with their national stakeholders, the national ISPs, the national internet exchange points and so on, and try to get a view through that, which then can be pressed at IGF. It's just a suggestion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm writing that down.
Well, thank you all for the questions. Seeing there is no other questions in the queue, I would like to invite each one of you to thank Ms. Carol Roach for being with us here today and participating with us. So thank you, Carol, and good luck with the job.
Thank you.
As we're running a little bit late with the agenda, our next speaker is Romain Bosc from RIPE NCC. Romain, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Desiree. Hi, everyone. So I am Romain Bosc. I'm delighted to be on stage for my first RIPE meeting. I joined the RIPE NCC 3 months ago, actually. I joined the Public Policy and Internet Governance team. And I'm here on stage to give you a quick regulatory update on the EU. There we go. So I will try to be brief and make this presentation fit in 15 minutes. So I will go through a short context and present a few trends that, in my sense, will shape the agenda for the next mandate, give a quick regulatory outlook, and present a few engagement principles for us moving forward. First and foremost, I might be stating the obvious here, but why engaging with the EU in the first place? So the internet was initially envisioned as a borderless digital realm, but increasingly governments are pursuing their own digital agendas, building their own segmented internet infrastructure and introducing their own standards and regulation. What it means for the RIPE NCC, it means that we are operating in a complex and unstable policy environment with rising geopolitical tensions and regional conflicts, increasing fragmentation, both on the technical and the policy side, inside and outside the EU. The internet is also increasingly instrumentalized for political purpose. And in order for us to fulfill our mandate as the regional internet registry, we need to be more resilient in times of political, legislative, and regulatory changes. For this, we need to be part of the conversation with decision makers, and we need to make our voice heard, basically. I think it's important to have in mind what has been driving the agenda in the current mandate and what might continue to do so in the next. The ambition to forge a geopolitical commission has been a clear driving force and is having a direct effect on almost every aspect of EU policy making. Internally, in response to major crises such as global warming, the COVID-19, the EU agenda has been focusing on fostering the green and digital transition and building resilience. It has also put a much more focus on the external action and the foreign policy of the EU. This is illustrated by the intense activity and developments in the area of economic sanctions and the promotion of international norms. Then there is a new EU approach to economic security. There was a strategy published last June. The removal of critical trade dependencies has become a guiding principle, and most policy proposals, including the EU's industrial and digital strategies, are really driven by this technology sovereignty agenda. The EU is trying to exert more control on critical infrastructure and critical value chains, and this is translating into a much more interventionist and prescriptive approach. And finally, the new mandates will come to power following the EU elections in after summer next year. And one clear indication is a shift in focus from the policy inception and negotiation phase to the implementation, the enforcement, and the review phases. Well, the reality is that the EU is pretty fragmented. We have a general lack of consensus on what digital sovereignty actually means. and what is the effect on competition and competitiveness. A clear case in point is the European cloud certification scheme, where we see intense discussions and divisions among member states. There is also maybe a lack of consensus, or at least a lack of harmonization on how foreign affairs and security matters are discussed and implemented. This is the case for sanctions again. Well, ahead of us, we can also expect some quite turbulent elections. As the Dutch elections also revealed, we see a global trend toward basically traditional parties losing ground, rising smaller parties, rising contenders. And we can expect some new dynamics in the parliament and within the council. Most probably the central right will be less prominent, which is quite new. But yeah, all that means for us, the RIPE NCC and the RIPE community, that we will navigate a more unstable, more volatile and predictable regulatory environment, basically. A quick regulatory outlook. I will discuss more in depth the sanctions and the Cyber Resilience Act, and I invite you to consult a recent article that we published on the RIPE Labs with my colleague Susan Taylor, if you want to access more detailed analysis on the other items. But indeed, sanctions is an important piece for us at the RIPE NCC. The big news is that we received confirmation from the Dutch authorities that the internet number resources and relevant transactions are being exempted from the sanctions regime imposed on Russia. That means the RIPE NCC is restoring services for members and end users falling under the exemptions. We also have an interesting paper that was published again on, you can consult on the RIPE Labs back in May, led by an independent researcher, Fazan Abadi. She's shedding light on the impact of sanctions on the internet layers and operations. And on this basis, we are currently engaging with national and EU authorities. The EU is actually dedicating a lot of attention on the implementation of sanctions and harmonizations of sanctions implementation and enforcement. So we are now exploring long-term solutions for all members across our service region. Then the Cyber Resilience Act, I think that has been also discussed quite a lot within this cooperation working group. It's an important file. It's actually being still negotiated, and now there is the last trialogue, potentially the last trialogue session. So things are developing as we speak. So the horizontal legislation pursuing common standards for products with digital elements. This regulation will apply to some of our services, like RIPE Atlas. Again, discussions are still going on how it would actually affect the free and open software community. We have been taking part in the response in the public consultation. We have been reaching out to the MEPs in due time. We share the common concerns with the community about the scope, the vulnerability disclosure obligations, and some implementation timeframes. Well, what's coming next? Of course, I don't have any crystal ball, but we see already some, again, some trends, and there's been some hidden gems in the current strategy documents that the Commission published. One is on the EU standardization approach, where the Commission intends to enable the global leadership of EU standards promoting values. So that's quite interesting one. The new so-called metaverse strategy is also having interesting wording on the creation of a technical multi-stakeholder governance process that would go beyond the remit of existing Internet Gov institutions. And finally, the recently published working program 2024, the Commission, announcing a possible initiative on digital networks and infrastructure. That remains to be seen, and we will have a presentation from Innocenzo following to this speech. What does it mean concretely for us in terms of engagement? Well, there is no silver bullet, but the main principles are that we have to establish RIPE NCC and leverage its already existing position as a trusted source of internet data and insights to educate policymakers on the functioning of the core internet. We need to bridge the knowledge gap and share more evidence and technical expertise to inform the policy process. And I'm here to actually facilitate this exchange and to provide a platform to engage with our community and the EU decision maker proactively and early on in the policy process. And this is how we might mitigate persistent risk and challenges and explain the impact, including of sanctions and regulations on the internet core functions. So that was it for me. Get in touch, please, if you are interested in Brussels business. I'm the new Brussels guy, so don't hesitate to reach out to me. And I will leave the floor to Innocenzo or take a few questions.
No, we'll get to the questions at the end.
We move the questions to the end.
Innocenzo now. So pleased to welcome someone else that knows well the Brussels bubble, Innocenzo Genna, who's Avvocato, lawyer, and also with our hosts, Namex. Innocenzo, please, the floor is yours.
Buongiorno, we can say it. How does it work? Because I'm only a lawyer, not just an engineer. But, so, like this. Okay. Well, that's me, but okay. So I would like to give you some few information about what is going on in the future in the telecom framework at European level. So what can be the possible initiative from the NEC Commission, which will start the mandate at the end of next year after the European election. Just a short recap what has been done in the last 5 years with the current Commission. The main legislative work has been done with respect to the internet, data, and digital in general. So we had, I'm just mentioning the most important pieces of legislation, not everything. So we had the DSA and the DMA, which has been dealing with the online platform, the Data Act, which is trying to, let's say, create a business for the data economy, not just personal data, but data in general. ADAS about the digital identity, and the artificial intelligence, which is now still pending, but maybe closer to be completed by the beginning of next month. The work on the telecom regulation was more marginal. So why? Because we already had a code which entered into force in 2018, which is made by the previous Commission. So it was a time more of implementation, not of adoption of new rules. We have something new, which is the Gigabyte Infrastructure Act, Gigabit, and which is a symmetrical regulation concerning access to civil infrastructure. Then we had an access recommendation, which is less famous, but for experts know this is the way by which the Commission is pushing national regulators to deregulate the market. And then we had the hype, the fair share, which I suppose you know very well, which has been monopolizing the debate in the last 24, 18 months. But overall result is that at this moment, we can say that we have, in general, a more balanced regulatory framework between telecom and internet. This is important to say because one of the most recurring claims which has been made by stakeholders and lobbyists was saying that the telecom framework, telecom market was too much regulated and the internet no. I would say that after the current mandate of the Commission, we can say that there is a more balanced situation because you have much more rules applying to online platforms in general, and also with respect to the giant platforms, the one which are considered the gatekeepers, which are corresponding to what is an incumbent in the telecom market. And on the other side, we have a trend for deregulation in the telecom. I accept that this framework is not consistent yet, because on one side we have the telecom rules which are very consolidated because they have a practice of at least 20 years. So the regulators knows very well what they're going to apply when they apply access to a telecom network. While with regard to the new internet legislation, DSA, DMA, and Data Act, well, they're a bit more complicated now because they're just entering into force. The practice is starting now. It will be more complicated to assess how to apply such rules on Apple, on Amazon, and for instance, how to oblige a cloud provider to give access to some files they host and permit such files to be transported to another cloud provider because of making portability of the data. Because if you want to create competition, you need the data to migrate from a data center to another, to a cloud provider to another. This is very normal in telecom, in a telecom network. So it's what we know, the migration of customers and portability of the numbers. Very easy. For data will be much more difficult. Okay. So I assume that you know very well what is fair share. I don't need to tell you the story again because probably you have heard about this in this event, also in other occasions. I just would like to remind you that this debate was really hectic in Brussels, has been really monopolizing attention for everyone. And why it did not succeed for now? Because apart from the supporter telcos, which were pushing for that, which was a big amount of medium-sized telcos, the rest of the market was against. So small telcos, broadcasters, consumers, internet community, the agency BEREC, and most importantly, most governments. That is the point where the fair share failed, because most of the governments were not convinced that fair share was something to be done. So this is why now has been, for the time being, has been withdrawn from the agenda. Doesn't mean that is completely disappeared, as I will explain to you. But for the time being, is not any longer a priority in the agenda. But I mentioned you the fair share because it is connected to the future reform of the telecom framework. In fact, the two subjects, they've been announced together. If you go back to the speeches and interviews given by Commissioner Breton in beginning of 2022, when he was announcing this possible remuneration way for telcos, he announced both fair share and a possible reform of the telecom framework. By the way, also mentioning some very strange things about the code, because he was saying that the code, the current code for telecom framework was old-fashioned, because it was concerning just, it was conceived during the copper age. That's very, I would say, impressive to hear something from the head of the Commission, because everybody knows that the current code has been drafted in order to close the copper and go into fiber, 5G, and other innovative networks. So somebody who is saying that he wants to revise a regulatory framework that he does not know very well. Okay, so then we had the European consultation the explorative European consultation of this year regarding both the fair share and the market in general. And what is remarkable now, in the Telecom Council of Leon, okay, the fair share has been, let's say, informally abandoned. It's been launched the idea, okay, to work on a new regulatory framework for telecoms, but the starting point is the same, controversial assumptions. So still, the Commission is saying that there is a gap in investments to achieve the connectivity targets of 2030. There is a crisis in the telecom sector. There is too much competition. There are too many operators. Why there is so much rules there? Are net neutrality rules still there? And what are they really useful? Okay, it's not everything in the mind of the Commission, but those are all the arguments which were the background of the fair share debate. So they failed for the fair share, but now they're still there for the reform of the telecom framework. At the beginning, when we were talking about this reform, the name was Telecom Act. So it was very the focus was the telecom sector in general, and the main pillar was fair share. Then when something changed because the government explained to Breton that they were not really supportive of this reform, the agenda has changed a bit, even the name, because, you know, changing the name to things makes appear that you do something completely new. So now we don't have a Telecom Act in the pipeline any longer. We have a Digital Network Act. I mean, what did change in that? I mean, as far as we know, this DNA will be an hypothetical legislative reform will be launched next year, but then by the next Commission, which will maybe will take time, so we'll talk about 2025, because the next Commission will enter into force in end of 2024, so it will take time to start to propose a new bill. This will be anticipated by a white paper, which will be prepared by the current Commission, which will lay down the possible reflection and possible proposal and analysis of problems in the market. And in the ambition of the current Commission, the next one should start a new legislative proposal on the basis of this white paper. Of course, this is not mandatory, because the next Commission is not bound by the current one. But normally there is a kind of, we say, courtesy between different Commission to say, okay, with the starting point of what we have as a legacy from the previous one. And as far as we know, the DNA will focus in part on industrial policy, in part on regulation. The industrial policy will be about submarine cable and then investment in smart networks and cloud. The regulatory policy will be about how to incentivize with rules investment in the telecom sector, how to increase consolidation and between operators, so merging, and how to create a telecom single market, so not just any longer 27 national markets, but just one. Then a review of the current code, the one which is old-fashioned, as I told you, in the horse of Breton, and then what I name a long tail of fair share. So what I expect is the fair share saga for the time being has ended, but do not exclude that some small details will show up at a certain time, especially when you're going to revise the code. As regards the regulatory core of DNA, so not the industrial part, but the regulatory part, so the main discussion is, if I listen to the current pronunciation of the Commission, is the question is there is too much regulation or competition? For me, it is a funny question, because it doesn't matter whether there is too much regulation or competition. What is matter that you achieve the objectives you want, that you want connectivity, you want affordable services for everyone. This is what you should be looking at. Then if you achieve it with too much or too few regulation, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. But the debate, if you come to Brussels, will be, is regulation too much or too few? Is there too much competition? Are there too many operators? And so on. Okay. Then the other case, which is, I would say, whisper it, not scream it, is about, are net neutrality rules still fit for purposes? This is the kind of discussion that no one wants really to make clear, but this is this discussion because many stakeholders are saying we end up with a fair share debate because the net neutrality rules are not fair, because they are creating advantage for someone and not for others. But consider that there is no political margin to change the current net neutrality framework, because no one will ever support for a change. But net neutrality rules are not rules, are principles. There is a lot of margin of appreciations, because net neutrality rules, they just want to give freedom of choice to users. And when you talk about freedom of choice, you have a lot of interpretation there. So do not expect rules to change, but do expect some theories about different implementation to occur, especially when we are going into a 5G environment. And then the case about, are there too many operators? I mean, for me, is still a silly question, because what really matters is, are the operators providing the services you need? Yes or not? That's what should be the case. Too many, too few, well, but this is one of the questions which are there. Conclusion. So we are going to face a deregulation in telecom market. Deregulation means the regulation of access rules, which means will be even more and more difficult for operators to get access to networks to others. So the principle will be about commercial agreements. But if there are no consensus on commercial agreements, the rules will be less effective. So this will be a change with respect to what happened the last years, where you had a regulated access to networks a bit everywhere. There will be a request for relaxation of antitrust rules for merging, but this is just an ambition because antitrust authorities are independent. You cannot force by way of regulation antitrust authorities to do something different. And there will be a request for consolidation with a reduction of operators in the market. Then what I imagine as the so-called fair share long tail, even if the debate is going to become less debated, I would say. There will be not that conferences and big studies on the matter. Since there is the intention to revise the code, and there are some rules in the codes concerning interconnection, I would expect at a certain time somebody to appear to say we have to start to revise the way interconnection works in rules, how to define a network, a public network, who has to be obliged, if you are a content provider, and so on. And this is something that could appear at a certain time and may have an impact on peering market, because peering market for the time being are completely unregulated from the point of view of negotiation. And then what I expect, there will be discussion about how to apply neutrality rules that will remain formally valid and binding, but then there may be some pressure to say that in a different environment, they must be applied differently, which is a legitimate question. I'm not against, but just follow this debate. Thanks. I try to stay in the time. Maybe I did it, and I'm available for question now or later if we are here in front of a drink.
Blake Willis from Zayo. First, I had a question for Secretary Roach, if she's still online.
I'm afraid not.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that this was a, okay, anyway, right then, oh, okay. I'd understood that it was like general questions. Anyway, please keep going. Oh, okay. Shall I continue then, or? Okay. My question was, given the recent disruptions of subsea cables in international waters, potentially by state actors, presumably that would fall under the UN Law of the Seas. And I was wondering if there was any policy or other activity or discussion in this regard. That's to Secretary Roach, sorry. I can ask another one if you need to come back.
So I'm going to ask you to maybe wait and
Certainly.
post this question in the chat, and we may be able to get an answer in the Q&A section. We understood you had a question for Innocenzo Genna, so therefore, if you have no questions for him, please just resend the question to Carol in the chat room.
I
can just reply that at least in the Digital Network Act, there is attention to the problem of submarine cables, and with respect to all the value chains, so creation of the cable, installation, maintenance, and reparation, because there is the awareness that there are very few skills, let's say, and structure in Europe in order to make this. Apparently, what I heard, there are only 3 boats in Europe which are able to repair submarine cables. And this is a strategic issue, which is okay in the agenda of the Commission.
If I may add to what you said, Innocenzo, because you had referred in your presentation about the Leon Informal Council, it was something that was raised by the member states there. And next week, we're going to have the normal Telecom Council in Brussels, so maybe there is going to be more there about this issue.
Thanks.
Better.
Peter Hordinik, not an ISP actually. On your presentation on this Digital Networks Act, so first this smells like the EEC repackaged as a regulation rather than a directive. Could you elaborate on that? Because that might have some influence also on smaller ISPs, which are not necessarily covered by their domestic transposition of the EECC, but maybe affected here, so that for this working group there might be some work to do, at least in terms of awareness raising and dissemination and making statements or something. Thank you.
Is a possible development, because if you look at the most recent piece of legislation which I mentioned, they are in general, they are regulation and not directives, so that they are directly applicable, and member states, they can negotiate the text, but then the implementation becomes something not necessarily longer, because the rules are directly applicable. So this is why the Gigabit Act has been done like that, and previously, and it's going to replace the directive, which was focusing on the same subject. You can expect a possible developments also for the code, although the code is a very extensive piece of legislation, because it deals with many areas, from authorization to universal service to cybersecurity. So what could expect that if you are going to a review of the code, it can be somehow dismantled in the way that part of it will remain a directive, part of it will become a regulation. But normally it should be a long process, because although the current Commission wanted to accelerate the review, that was what Breton wanted, the member states were apparently against. So we will review the code according to the ordinary timetable, which means it has to start in 2025, as it was provided in the code itself. And of course, the possibility to turn it into a regulation, it will be an option, and a possible option if you look at what has been done until now in the recent legislation.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe one question in particular. Again, on the scope, there might be a couple of ISPs small enough to not be covered by the telecoms regulation, but do you foresee the Network Act then being more, and we've seen that with the NIS directive, NIS2, for example, they're covering more and smaller entities. So would you suggest that even smaller ISPs get alert and follow this, and the working group might help in spreading the news there, relying on your contributions, of course?
Well, in general, I see that the cybersecurity rules are expanding. So if you look at the way it has been developing, they are expanding to, to internet change, to any kind of critical infrastructure and banks and so on. So I would say that ISPs, they should be really small, not to be caught by this legislation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Niall, you're on the queue, please. We cannot hear you. Niall? Maybe you can write the...
Ah, finally. There are about 3 different buttons you have to click. I have something I wanted to say to Romain, if that's all right, rather than to Innocenzo.
Please do.
Yeah. And it's simply to welcome him on board and to his first RIPE meeting on behalf of Mirjam, the RIPE chair, and myself. Mirjam is busy in the other parallel session. And to say that his task is important for the whole RIPE community and beyond the operational needs of the RIPE NCC, and that I look forward to seeing him from time to time, and also to his contributions either on the working group mailing list or on RIPE Labs, which will be for the benefit of the whole community. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Niall. I can only concur and say thanks for your welcoming words. And indeed, it's a good timing to engage in Brussels, and I'm looking forward to future adventures indeed. Cheers.
And it is a pleasure to find again Romain after 10 years that we were colleagues in Brussels. And I hope that you're going to be permanent there, much more staying there than Diku that we had for some time before. Thank you. So maybe now Ignacio. And I have the pleasure also to announce Ignacio, because he's also a fluent Greek speaker. So it doesn't happen very often, but please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Is this there? Yes.
Right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Ignacio Castro, and I'm an assistant professor at Kühne University of London. And I'm going to be talking about pretty much the same topic that has been covered through most of the session today. If you were in the plenary on the first day, you probably remember the visual violence of Randy Bush's Comic Sans and the statement that the internet has become a critical infrastructure. And the stakeholders that are the government and the civil society are there, and they're going to become more relevant. And that's precisely what I want to talk about. I want to talk about what are the potential ways in which we can bridge the gaps that exist. Those gaps are a challenge. And I think that as a community, there is one thing that we do very well. We are very open and we are very transparent, and we are actually quite proud of it, and I think rightly so. However, I think we frequently confuse open with accessible. We are really not very accessible. We are very open, but the volume of information that is there does not make things easier. We have very long processes, very communication intensive, talking about arcane, complex, niche technical issues. Most of the people outside of that particular area cannot follow it, and I can guarantee you that anyone outside of the technical community does not know and frequently doesn't care, and sometimes they don't care because they don't know. We produce a huge amount of data, and I'm going to be talking about how we can leverage this data to provide information that can be consumed by others to help bridge these gaps. And I'm going to be talking about the standardization, but I think this applies more broadly to a technical community. Why I'm going to be talking about the standardization? Well, standardization is kind of useful for this purpose because the internet needs to be interoperable. In order to be interoperable, we need to sit in the same room, in the same mail list, and we need to have conversations about how do we solve common problems in such a way that things are interoperable. So even if you don't know what the Internet Engineering Task Force is, which I presume most of us here know, the issue is very simple. Lots of people trying to solve a problem that needs to be compatible roughly with everyone. In the process of doing this, we have lots of emails, minutes, participants, and we actually have them from even before the first packet was ever sent. What can we learn by looking at that massive amount of information? Well, we can learn about the dynamics of the standardization forums. We can see the evolution of the internet, regulatory challenges, competition tussles, innovation cycles, security issues. So I'm going to be talking about the first one. And let me start by the end. What we found is that conversations have become much more complex. Publishing standards has become increasingly difficult. And at the same time, an influential minority has emerged. And this is all about the IETF. So let me start with influential minority. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm not going to get too much into the nitty-gritty of how we look at it, but the way in which we look at it is we look at the mail list and we calculate the betweenness, which is a metric that is commonly used in social network analysis to infer influence. And what you can see here is that this is the people that are more influential, and towards the right, you have the people that are less influential. And what you can see is how over the decades, the people that are more influential have a bigger share of authorship of the drafts that are produced at the IETF. You can also see how, again, the more influential people cover more areas. And if you have followed a little bit what has happened on the internet, it kind of makes sense. After the snowballing revelation, suddenly we added a layer of security to pretty much everything. That suddenly meant that most of the conversations need to have someone from the security area. So generally, what has happened is that the people that are more influential seem to be able to bridge over multiple areas. So we have an influential minority that dominates draft creation, discusses more areas, and we have also discussions that have become more complex. So what you can see here is the number of participants in blue. And you can see how it started to decrease around 2007. But you can see at the same time how in red, the number of emails has remained roughly stable. Yep, the IETF has become really chatty. It's not that it wasn't, but it has become more chatty. And that's not the only thing. I'm not showing that here, but have it on the papers. The areas have become the discussions cover more areas, more drafts are referenced. This means that if you want to be part of the conversation, you need to be aware of a lot of drafts that are relevant to that conversation. You need to know maybe about security and at the same time about routing, and just makes the conversation more complicated. As a result, probably or related to that, it has become much harder to publish. So what you can see there is the number of days from the first draft to the publication of an RFC. And yeah, it does increase. It triples over 20 years, the number of days that it takes to create, to publish an RFC has tripled. The number of drafts that are produced in the process has also increased a lot. It has doubled. I mean, what all this means is that it's just becoming really difficult. It's becoming very time consuming. It takes longer time, so you need to participate for longer. You need to be aware of more drafts. More affiliations are involved, different cultures, different technical areas, different authors. So what's going on here? We have an influential minority, complex discussions, hard to publish. Is that an influential minority is taking over the IETF? Well, not really. We looked into that, and basically what we found is that they seem to be facilitators. Like, it has just become so complicated that we thought a Sherpa that can help navigate the process. It just seems to be quite difficult for things to go forward. So what we did is we annotated a bunch of emails, quite a few, I don't remember right now the numbers, but quite a few. And what you can see is that influential and less influential people have very different type of communication. So more influential people are more responsive, have more concise communication style, make more decisions, propose more actions. And we also check a few other things which seem to reinforce this idea that there is a class of facilitators that are helping the process because the process has just become very complicated. So we have been looking at it extensively, and you can see all these figures in the papers in the project that I lead, so the stream, together with the University of Glasgow. And we have also a research group in the IETF about research analysis of standardization processes, where these kind of studies are being discussed and promoted. And that's pretty much it. And I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Hi, Leslie Daigle, speaking for myself. I don't know if one of these papers would actually have more of the science behind this to explain a lot of what you articulated were correlations, but you implied causation. So for instance, the fact that there is a group of people that are both influential and writing a lot of the documents doesn't mean that only influential people write documents, but perhaps writing documents makes you more influential.
That's absolutely right. And by the way, this is just my personal interpretation. Indeed, what I saw here are correlations, and the correlations under the interpretations are actually way more complicated. And I think that everyone here probably has a slightly different opinion, but from the feedback that I've got, it seems to be quite aligned with the perception of many people. But again, the facts is what I saw, the rest is my interpretation.
Any other questions? No.
I also have a question, if I may. If you go back to the slides, the blue ones, where you have some, yes, that one, state decision. I just wonder whether you could a little bit explain what is meant by that.
That means that someone declares a decision on something. So we got linguists to annotate segments of the emails, so the emails are chopped up into the different pieces, and several annotators annotate them individually. So some of them are a little bit more tricky, some of them are more obvious to decide, and for some of the cap was very. So you might be well aware that frequently the decisions are stated in a very tacit way, and the disagreements as well, not necessarily stating a disagreement, but sometimes posing a question that diverts the conversation into a different direction.
Thank you. It's a very packed presentation, and I thought maybe you would have taken us through each of it. And my last question is, because you've been researching this, is what do you think are the solutions? Is anything coming up to the surface when you mention complexity of the work, and also the complexity and the number of things that one needs to know? How could young people get involved? Are there any solutions coming up to the surface?
Well, I think that part of the problem is natural, and people who have studied Wikipedia, for example, have found similar things. The first time that you solve the problem of routing, you can pretty much publish anything. Once BGP is there, it's very difficult to publish a second BGP. Actually, there is no need to publish a second BGP. So as we have solved many of the problems that we had, many of the new things are really difficult to fit, and they are very interdependent with the rest. If, for example, tomorrow quantum computing was to be a new thing, maybe the conversations would be more open and there would be less dependencies because it's something completely new. So it probably depends a lot what we are talking about, and it's also true that innovation goes in cycles. We find a problem, we find a solution, and then things calm down, and then a new problem emerges and new solutions come, and actually drafts actually come like families. If you think about video streaming, for example, it's a whole family of standards that try to address that problem. And once we sort it out, the rest was frequently slightly marginal, not meaning that it's not important, but it just fits a smaller niche.
And at the back, Mike, please.
Yes, Robert Carolina with ISC. Thank you for your presentation, and I apologize because it's a lot of information to take in, and I'm trying to understand part of what the impact of the data is. First, is it a fair interpretation of your data that the process of standards adoption at the IETF has become a much more resource intensive process, because you're talking about much longer span of time to adopt and much greater degrees of communication? And if that is a fair interpretation, does that suggest any type of a cautionary note or any kind of a warning that the standards process might devolve into what I suppose you might call a standards making oligopoly, one which can only be influenced by those who have the support to dedicate the resources to the process?
I think that's a challenge that standardization bodies will face, in particular as technical solutions are proposed in areas that are very well covered and a lot of dependencies exist.
Just to follow up, do you see any evidence in your data of such an oligopoly, or is any evidence against the existence of such an oligopoly?
As I reply to the first question, I see very clear correlations. The interpretation is way more tricky, and I would be wary of making them. I think that one thing that would be needed in order to address that would be to look at specific drafts or families of drafts or periods in the life cycle of an innovation area. And probably you could see that, as I was mentioning before, if suddenly quantum computing is a thing, a lot of standards are pushed, and the freedom to publish is much bigger. The amount of stakeholders is probably smaller because not that many people is enough expert to talk about it, and therefore the conversations evolve faster. If you try to, as I was saying, for example, something related to BGP or IPv6, 20 years talking about it and we're still there, it's way more complicated. So I think that in order to try to answer that question, we would need to categorize different families of standards and different periods in their life cycle.
Thank you.
But I think it's a risk.
Thank you. The front mic, please.
Rüdiger Volk. Well, kind of what I'm hearing and what I'm looking at is the message, well, okay, this is all getting more heavyweight, more costly and so on. And kind of my observation is there is a process called entropy, and that certainly also goes into the systems we are operating and the standardizations and so on. And kind of that is inevitable. The question that comes out of that observation is, well, okay, can we get an understanding of how much of this is inevitable and how much is actually contributed in excess of what is kind of naturally happening. My observation would be, oh yes, there is lots of stuff that is not really necessary. And of course, in an open environment, there is essentially no way of controlling the ongoing process towards simplifying and limiting. The openness means that, well, okay, everybody can show up, and even if they are not in the influential circle, they may gain traction, where it would be better if, well, okay, it was contained.
No, that's a very good point, and I completely agree. I mean, this is an open process, and it comes with advantages and disadvantages. And the fact that maybe there are conversations that we think at this moment that are not needed might not be necessarily true. Actually, retaining expertise and retaining a sense of community and being able to establish links between different peoples, different industries and companies is something very valuable that is not shown here and we cannot measure. And also, there are many things that at the time were not that useful. And then suddenly, a few years later, that becomes actually a solution for a problem that was just waiting for it. And there are several messages actually that I want to deliver with this. One of them is that these are the trends that you see by looking at the data. Interpreting them, as I said, is very difficult. But What this means is that for external actors that are not part of the technical community, this is madness. It's impossible to know what's going on. I've been talking with some regulators and they tell me, I want to be aware of what's going on because it might affect me. And sometimes I might affect them, but I don't have enough expertise and enough people to put boots on the ground and follow all these conversations. And they were actually interested in this type of analysis because it's just a way to have a rough idea of which things they should be looking at. But I think that more generally, all this wealth of data that we produce has a value and we are not leveraging that value. And I think that as a broader community, we should focus on doing that and not just on being open and transparent, which is very good, but it's far from enough.
Thank you. There is a question also from the chat, I mean from the net. Avri Doria, who is asking, will this be discussed in detail in the RASP IETF research group?
We discuss a lot of this in the RASP research group. I have also presented this in the working group's chair forum and in the ISG. So yes, this has been discussed and the ISG has seen all these results and they were actually quite interested in, I mean, it's a bit of having like X-rays of our community. It doesn't mean that you see everything through the X-rays, but you see some of the trends and the tectonic shifts that are happening. Some of them might be inevitable. Some of them you might have ability to steer.
Okay, thank you. I have also personally a quite provocative question. I mean, you have demonstrated that the process is getting more and more complex or somehow more difficult to follow. If then you have an actor that it is heavily subsidized and puts massive resources on it, could he somehow hijack the whole process?
Potentially, yes. Practically, it's a bit more tricky, but I think we are all aware of companies that can put a lot of people in a room and steer things in one direction or the other. Yes, probably you can, and actually we are now looking into the affiliations, which is a bit tricky to infer the affiliations from different people, and we also want to look at the overlaps with W3C. So yes, probably there are pressures. I mean, at the end of the day, the whole point is that this represents the stakeholders. In some cases, it's not that many, and therefore they have a greater ability to establish their view.
Thank you. Back to you.
From what I am observing in IETF, I would say, well, okay, hijacking the whole process does not happen, but a lot of the unnecessary complexity is introduced by small interest groups, injecting ideas and technology where, well, okay, it is really not necessary.
Yeah, just to add, you also have cases where a draft gets baked at home and is brought to the IETF for rubber stamping to some extent. And of course, if you have something that is already very solid, has been very discussed and is very polished, it's way more difficult for people that have not been exposed to it to disagree or influence it. And you might have an RFC that has come because people have the capacity and the ability to push it forward. But I mean, this is an open process and it's almost impossible to prevent it, I think. And maybe we don't want to.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ignacio. Gracias. Ευχαριστώ. Now we'll move to general Q&A, please.
We may give people some time. So with that, I think we all like to thank you for your participation, your questions, and being with us. And we would like to give you back your 15 minutes back and go for an early break because there's no more questions. Thank you again, and we will see you on the list. If you would like to add anything, Achilles? No? Yeah. Well, see you online. Thank you.
Well, I'm
questo ce l'ha il coso, no? C'ha pure il pulsantino.
Hello, everyone. This is the community plenary at RIPE 87. Please find a seat. I'm going to start shortly. For those of you who haven't seen me earlier in the week, I'm Mirjam Kühne. I'm the RIPE chair. Neil O'Reilly, the RIPE vice chair, is unfortunately not here in person, but he's following online. And Brian Nisbet of the program committee has kindly agreed to help out with questions, moderations, and timekeeping. Thanks, Brian. It's the clicker. I always want to click on the picture of the clicker, but it's not the clicker itself. There's a picture. There's a picture here of the clicker, so it's kind of the same size. I'm like clicking on it, but it doesn't work. So this is then the agenda. I'll just give you like a traditional update. It's going to be short this time, give you an update on what we've been doing, we as the chair team, but also the community since last time. Then Hervé, Clement, the chair of the ASO Address Council, will give you an update of what they've been doing since last time and some outlook into the next year. Then we have an interesting talk by the RIPE NCC, Mastodon't, and they actually want some feedback from the community. This is a bit of a follow-up from what we had last time. We had a discussion that I think Leo Vigoda had kicked off about pros and cons of mailing lists, other communication channels, what do we want as a community. So the NCC thought about that and have a proposal. And then at the end, we have a bit of an unusual topic here in the community plenary. We actually have a lightning talk that had been approved by the program committee. And we swapped some things around because we had the Rob Loxdale award on Monday. Usually we would have that here in the community plenary. But because the awardee wasn't able to stay during the week, we swapped some things around, and so I now have the privilege to have Valerie Aurora as the lightning talk speaker here in this session, and you already had the Rob Loxdale Foundation award on Monday. And then we'll probably have some time for open questions at the end, so if you have any other topics you would like to talk about, yeah, think about them now, bring them up then. Anything I forgot to mention? I don't think so. Yes, time is running. Okay, just a quick update of what we've been doing. This was last time slide actually, so we had a few things that we wanted to get done. We've managed to do this. We actually have reviewed the NRO-NC election process, and we've published it as RIPE 813 just in time for this meeting. So we actually had we are now currently having the NRO Numbers Council election at this meeting following the new process and the new criteria. I'm really grateful for the RIPE NCC to make that happen because they had to do some groundwork to adjust the process internally, and also thanks for the good discussion we had on the RIPE list to update that process, and so that we had consensus in the end and we published it as a RIPE document. I also wanted to, and I announced this last time, I wanted to provide some extra training material for working group chairs, and maybe more importantly for new or potential future RIPE working group chairs. And I'm happy to announce that we have the first modules ready. I will send an announcement to the RIPE list after the meeting. The RIPE NCC did a great job, so I worked together there with the learning and development team, and also some of the working group chairs have helped out and reviewed the modules and the trainings. Quite nice interactive kind of visual training modules, so I'll send them out later, and I think that will help the existing working group chairs with their jobs, and also clarify a bit to new attendees and participants what the role is. And there's one thing that's still yellow that I'm still kind of working on. It's a bit of a long-term activity. I want to review at the RIPE document store, the metadata, what's a RIPE document, how is it produced, you know, what are the ingredients of a RIPE document, and we clarify that a bit more, make it a bit more accessible. One thing that the community has done also since last time was the DNS Resolver Best Current Practices Task Force. There was an initiative that started at RIPE 85, a collaboration between the DNS and the Cooperation Working Group. And Shane Kerr kindly agreed to be the chair of this task force. There were many task force members, and it was an active discussion, and Shane has presented the outcome at the DNS working group this week, and there will be a final document in a few weeks, I guess. Yes. And there's some time for feedback. I think the discussion is taking place on the DNS working group if you're interested in that. And then we're also going to update that the page that this link leads to. That's more information about the task force and the charter, and then the reports will also be published there. We had a few other things we had to follow up with from the last RIPE chair nominating committee. It's like, seems like a long time ago, but they had some recommendations in their final report, and one was still outstanding at the last meeting, and we've also finished that. And that's the a document that describes the principles for RIPE NCC staff participation in RIPE. So that's a community document. That's we as a community welcome the RIPE NCC and RIPE NCC staff in the RIPE community, and that has also reached consensus and is published as RIPE 810. This is just this is a new thing. I mentioned this at the opening plenary. We had some local hubs following the RIPE meeting this week in 6 locations. You can see the cities there on the slide, and there were just some impressions here from some of the local hubs, and there might be some more information I would like to present during the closing plenary. See how many people have participated and how they experienced this, and we will evaluate that also after the meeting and see how we can continue this or improve it, or if people felt this was a worthwhile pilot. Yeah, we always kind of, during the meetings, Neil and I, we're always kind of working to continue to promote RIPE and go and speak to people. And there was another student session, online session before the RIPE meeting. The RIPE NCC is actually actively helping there. I'm just kind of showing up and talking a little bit about RIPE, but they're organizing the whole session. There were some really interesting speakers and many students participating, and some are also here at the meeting. So we're going to continue to do this to attract new participants also to RIPE. And then also we're going to continue to participate in other industry events. I was, for instance, at the ICANN meeting. I participated in a panel there. They invited me on the panel that they had to celebrate the 25th anniversary of ICANN. And so I was able to talk a little bit about what happened before ICANN, and the RIPE community and how it started and how the ASO started. And so that was a worthwhile promotion for our community, I think. Yeah, we're also working with some of the working group chairs, or actually with all working group chairs, to review the the working group chair selection processes. And there were a number of working groups this week that had new chairs selected. I was really happy to see quite a number of candidates step forward to, as volunteers to step in working group chair roles, as well as the PC also had many candidates for their elections this time. I think that's a really good sign, and I hope that also means that we're becoming more open, diverse, and accessible also for new people to participate and to step up to leadership roles. So we're continue to working on that to make that process fair and accessible. And also part of promoting RIPE and a bit of PR is we've actually looked at the RIPE kind of visuals and the RIPE logo, and have a separate, I have a kind of a gift for you, Christmas gift. We're going to have a new logo for RIPE. So it's going to look a bit different now, the slides, because it's going to be refreshing the RIPE community and the RIPE visuals. So let me just go through it, and then we can have some impressions afterwards. So this is the RIPE logo. It's been the RIPE logo ever since day one, I suppose. So very early on. Then is here. I'm sure he's going to correct me if I say anything wrong about the initial logo. But it's been a RIPE logo, and it had some reasons, why it's there. It's an interconnection of people and also of the networks, and at the time that kind of represents the RIPE logo. So then the RIPE NCC logo used to look like this at the beginning. So it was a little NCC. As part of the RIPE logo to show, we're working together. The NCC is the secretariat of the community, and this shows a really close connection between the RIPE and the RIPE NCC. Now, over the years, the RIPE NCC's logo has changed to this, and then to this, and then a little bit more to that, and then slightly different again, and then some new font, changed again, and then to this finally. So it kind of moved on, whereas the RIPE logo stayed as it was. And so if you look at the two logos now, they are very different, and I don't see any relations between the two except for the name RIPE in there. So we thought, okay, well, let's look at this if we can maybe put that back together again. So the goals was, well, my goal, my ultimate task for the design team was, well, show that they're independent but still together. And they're like, how are we going to do that? You know, so that was my really difficult task for the design team and the comms team at the RIPE NCC. So, but I really wanted to show, because as we all know, it's kind of hard sometimes to explain what the RIPE community is and what's the NCC, and if you don't see any, I mean, you might think the logo maybe is not important, but people look at the website and in our you know, visuals, and they just, I wanted to have a bit more of a connection there again. Also to express, you know, the RIPE values, maybe a bit more, kind of update it a bit, you know, re-energize it, but still be able to keep the connection to the old logo, that we're not completely losing our history. Now, we played around with some iterations with that cross, but somehow it didn't really work. It still looks a bit like, I don't know, funeral home or a hashtag. Doesn't it? That's what many people told me. It's like, looks like a funeral home. But yeah, this. So that, okay, this doesn't really work. So let's take a step back and look at the values, you know, the RIPE values, but also the RIPE NCC values, because the process that went into the current RIPE NCC logo was really a well thought through process. And our designer at the time, who was actually still our the RIPE NCC designer, was thinking about this very hard. And so he came up with these, or we together at the time came up with these values of like transparency and inclusiveness and engagement, coordination, that they're also all are the RIPE values, right? So we thought, okay, we have this logo for the RIPE NCC and these values. And so if we look at the RIPE NCC logo, these hexagons, they always represented, well, network, of course, and the stability, and the hexagon is really a kind of a strong element. And the hexagon in the middle, that looks a bit like a cube, if you put it in there, always represented the community. Well, you might not notice, but that was, you know, the reason to put the hexagon in the middle. And so I thought, well, why don't we just pull that out? And we've just kind of agreed that the RIPE NCC is part of the community, and so we could also maybe show that in a visual way. And so then I thought, let's see, one more. We have to change the colors, of course, because you still want to have the relation to the old logo. So we thought, okay, let's pull out the inner hexagon and make it surround the RIPE NCC, and so it looks similar but different. And so there we are. We had the RIPE logo like this. It's going to look like this now. And the RIPE NCC logo is also going to have a little makeover, and so it's going to look like this without the letters underneath. So if you look at it, I think it still shows the relation to the history of the RIPE, but if you look at the new RIPE and RIPE NCC logos, they look as if they are one family, right? We kind of belong together. We're one community, if you will, with the RIPE NCC as our network coordination center. So this is going to be the layout of the website. You might have seen yesterday in the RIPE NCC services working group, Phil has shown the new RIPE NCC layout. So they have the RIPE NCC colors in the background, you know, their orange colors, and the RIPE NCC logo on top. And so this is going to be the RIPE pages of the RIPE website. So if you move around the website, you kind of know where you are. You see the logo on top, you see the colors in the background, and here we are, RIPE, connecting people and networks since 1989. Well, I'm really glad you like it. I was a little bit nervous, but no, thanks a lot also mostly to the RIPE NCC for being patient with me and with, you know, in feedback that we had, and coming up with this wonderful solution and this new logo. So from now on, this is what you're going to see. And that actually concludes my presentation. Maybe I want to go back to the agenda. Oh God, this is going to be a bit tricky because there's some animation in here. Because next we'll have, I think, Hervé Yeah, I have Hervé. Okay, can you come up? My God, this is interesting. There we go. So Hervé is going to talk about the ASOIC and yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mirjam. So, hello everybody. So I don't know, perhaps so the idea is go, no, not that way. So there is a way to go to the presentation. Oh, yeah. I have uploaded it. Because without any support, I cannot say anything. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the address supporting organization. So good afternoon, everybody. So it's a presentation, so I think you are accustomed to. There was such a presentation from Sander yesterday during the policy working group, so it won't be really different from that, but it's in front of a wider community today. So I will add a very few 2024 perspective. Okay. So the ICANN Addressing Supporting Organization Address Council, very simple to understand. So the Addressing Support, so Address Council is part of the Address Supporting Organization. So the other part is the NROEC, comprised of the 4 directors of the regions, not 5 because so there's no Afrinic CEO at that time. The ASOIC is comprised of the NRO people from the NRO number council. So there is still an election ongoing to fill James Kennedy's seat, who joined the RIPE NCC. 15 members, but so we'll see 3 from each region, but as no election is possible currently within the Afrinic, there will be only 12 from the beginning of 2024. So 2 elected by the community in each region and 1 appointed by the regional internet registry and the executive board. Term of office different from every regions. Some function we have to fulfill in the council is to advise the ICANN board. There could be some question on during the ICANN meeting. There are joint meeting with the ICANN board of directors. Oversees the global policy development process. When there is a global policy connected with the IANA and common to the different regions, so the ASOIC is here to see if the process is followed in the good way. We appoint 2 board so 2 directors of the ICANN board, seat 9 and seat 10, and we appoint somebody to the ICANN nomination committee. 1 meeting every month remotely, and generally 1 face-to-face meeting per year. So composition, the current composition of so the council, so Solstein, the term of Solstein will terminate in this December, so no one in 2024. I am the chair, 2 vice chair, Nicole Chan, who is present there, and Ricardo Patara as well, and so for the RIPE, Sander Stefan from the community, and so we will know tomorrow who will be so for 2024 and 2025, because it was the end of James Kennedy term. So the global development policy, so I said, so we have the rural survey of how it is developed. Some interesting link, you can go the global policy development process via the first link, and the current global policies, the last one was in 2012. And there is in the council a subgroup, a policy proposal facilitator team composed of 1 person of each region. So if there is the track, so the policy development of if there is a policy who can potentially be global, So they report to the ISOAC, and so we can so have a conversation if yes, it could be a global policy or not. Transparency is for us very important. There were 2 face-to-face meetings this year because so we had important work to update our operational procedure. Why it was important? Because there will be only 12 people in the council, and to be sure to reach quorum regarding the different appointments, election, etc. So we had to carefully review that, etc. So that's the reason why there was also an APNIC meeting in Kyoto in September. And we saw that being face-to-face is very, very useful in terms of interaction and so to continue our work. There is a mailing list archive, so you can go, you can see on which subject we talk about. Monthly teleconference meeting are open to everybody, so you can participate, or you can go to the link, etc. So no problem for that. And we write an annual transparency review, so it's something we will do in December. So we appoint some people, as we say. So the current one for the CZ.NIC so for the CZ.NIC is Alan Barrett. So his term terminates in 2024. That's the reason why there is an ongoing election for this CZ.NIC. CK, everybody knows. So he sits on seat 10. And Ron Da Silva from the ARIN is the ISO representative, is the ICANN NOMCOM. So there is the election process. So we are still in the time of the nomination process till mid of December. So I recall that there is a possibility to participate in that election, but as CK from the right region is on the seat 10, it's impossible for so somebody from the right region to participate for the seat 9 because we cannot have 2 people from the same region. So if somebody here in the room from the other region, the right is interested, so he can participate in that election. And so you have so the information via the link here written. As I said, so we have a very important work, more than 1 year, to update our procedure review. There was some link who so lead to a bad website, etc. There was a problematic of the voting, of the quorum, of a lot of things, etc. So so we met in Belgrade, we met in Kyoto, etc. And so we finally we agreed on a text. So it was so proposed to the vote within the council, and it was unanimously approved. And then I went with the text in Hamburg during the last ICANN meeting, presented it to the NRC, to the 4 directors, and they kindly approved that text. So now, so this new text, this new procedure is is the one we use so to fulfill our functions, and the procedure are available. So it's orange, so oh, it's a perspective, so it's okay. So in 2024, and I say we because so thank you for the executive board to have appointed me again. So we will be only 12, and so to fulfill our day-to-day business, of course, there will be the ongoing CZ.NIC election process. So we will have to do. Randy at the beginning of this week spoke about the ICP2, so this document so approved at the time Hans Peter was the chair of the ISOAC. So it set criteria for the creation of a regional registry, but nothing for the outgoing or something, etc., etc. So there will be discussion about ICP2. So we at this stage we don't know how exactly, etc. But what we are sure is it will be open and it will be a multi-stakeholder process. So everybody, every community, association, etc., etc., will participate in the discussion. So no problem for that. And we will define our 2024 work plan in December. So we will have, and you will have more information about our work next year. And I think that's the end. So if you have any question, don't hesitate.
Hi, Shane Kerr. So there's not any Afrinic representation?
No, there will be not from 2024. So it's something we try to very pay attention. So that's the reason why so we update the procedures, and so we try our best. So for the I would say for the African voice to be heard, but it's something so we have to deal with because so we as the SOEC we cannot do anything for that. But yeah.
Are there any thoughts of reorganizing the charter or somehow? I mean, to me, it just seems tragic that there's a huge area of the world with literally no representation. Like, if this body is important at all, then I think it's terrible, basically. So
yes, I tend to agree. Hans Peter.
Yeah, if I may comment on that, Shane. Yes, this body is important, and the way it's set up is that each region selects members to this body at a process of its own choosing. In the RIPE region, the process is so that the RIPE community selects 2 of these bodies. So even if the RIPE NCC were to go away, you as the community could select these people. In, I think, maybe all the other regions, the executive board of the RIR actually is the last step in this to endorse the community election. Thus, in this case with Afrinic, preventing the community to appointing any. So it could, in theory, be so that the Afrinic community could come together and figure out that, you know, we have an extraordinary situation. Let's elect 2 people to this board. And then, you know, I would be surprised if we wouldn't welcome them. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened, right? So if you know people in the community and have a chat with them and see if there is anything you can do to help them move forward with the community work, because I think the African situation is bad, but is there a way to actually activate the community to find unity and move forward again? I think that could be an interesting thing for, you know, the RIPE community to figure out. So, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So I didn't ask for questions after my talk, but I said we're going to have some time at the end, so we can still talk about stuff then. Well, then thank you very much for the update, Hervé. The next speaker will be Ulka Athale, the senior communications officer at the RIPE NCC, and she's going to talk about Mastodon or Mastodon't.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present on Mastodon or Mastodon't, a title that my colleague Fergal Cunningham is very proud of. He came up with it. He gets full credit, but he can't be here today, but I'm going to present on his behalf. And the clicker, there we go. So, before we come to the specifics of Mastodon, I just want to remind us a little bit of the bigger picture. As the RIPE NCC, we see our role as the secretariat to the community involves providing a space for the community to come together. We want to not only have of course, we have our own website, we're on many social media channels, but we also want to bring those interested in RIPE and relevant topics to us. So we want to go where the conversations are happening. At the last community session, Leo already brought up the topic of email and reducing our reliance on email alone and the mailing lists as a channel of communication. I don't want to go into that in this talk. I don't have the time. But just to say that this is one of the considerations we have in mind. If you're not familiar with Mastodon, it is a self-hosted, decentralized microblogging platform, basically an open source version of something like Twitter. You toot instead of tweet, but it works quite similarly in many ways. But the interesting thing about Mastodon is rather than having your content on somebody else's server, we can host our own server. So some of the things we like about Mastodon is we can run our own server and have greater control, which means we can set the rules of behavior in there. For instance, just, be nice, follow the right code of conduct. We can offer a service to the community. Federation and open source are values that we see resonating with the RIPE community. If you read the newspaper headlines, even today's headlines, you can see that we maybe don't want to be at the mercy of erratic billionaires. We have 20,000 followers on a platform managed by one of them. Just to be very clear, we have our official social media channels on the main platforms. We're not talking about changing those or anything to do with the RIPE NCC channels. They will continue to run. But as someone who does work with RIPE NCC social media extensively, we've noticed a big change in the level of user engagement on some of these platforms. So what is Mastodon not about? This presentation is not about talking about the RIPE NCC just launching yet another handle on yet another social media platform. It's not about having a one-way stream of conversation from our side and sending administrative reminders about registering and checking in and such like. And it's not about replicating the mailing lists. This is not my area of expertise. But my tech colleagues, Marco Montabone, thank you, have a test instance running. They've deployed it in Kubernetes using Argo CD. But something we still need to figure out is how much work this would be for the tech, for the IT team, if we get a certain volume of users up there. And before we dive straight into saying, let's go for this, here are some caveats. If we run a public server, if we are providing a content platform on which users can create accounts and share content, we need to have the right legal framework. We need the right community spirit to make it a welcoming space. We're also learning about Mastodon. So any Mastodon experts in the community, please come and talk to me. I would love to hear from you. And, I said that we could do this at a relatively lower cost. That doesn't make it free, and we would need to look into this in more detail. Which brings me to the last slide that I have. And this talk is really more about hearing from the community about what do you think about Mastodon? Would you be interested in joining a server run by the RIPE NCC? Do you think this is something that the community would like us to do? And if we were to do this, would we have enough community members willing to take on moderation in a manner similar to which the working group chairs manage mailing lists? And with that, I don't have any. My last slide is not questions, but do you have answers?
So it feels slightly rude to go first, but I'm going to. Brian Nisbet speaking as myself. May I just say that I know you're talking about keeping the social media channels you have open, but I absolutely firmly believe that, like many sensible people, the NCC and the community should move as far away from fascist social media platforms as possible. And that while the Twitter account may stay open, I think posting should stop. And I think Mastodon or other options are there. I think there is a question actually that I had myself, which is you could just open a server, federate, and just have RIPE there. There's a much bigger question of the community piece. But this is, I think, the right direction. There's a couple of implementation questions to have there. So there are some questions on this, but I think, I don't know how you want to run the queue, Mirjam.
Go for it.
Oh, okay, so Michael Richardson from Sandelman. What are the costs if we do not run a public server, but just one for staff and other approved people like working group chairs?
I think I don't have the numbers with me, so I can't tell you costs straight away. Obviously, the costs depend on the number of users you have and the volume of data and how many pictures and cat gifs they share. But I think it's also very tricky to get into approved users versus not approved users. So our thinking at this moment, but of course, we're still figuring this out, is either we open it to the community or we keep it NCC only.
Cool. Also have Peter on the queue, so I can
Yeah, I'll just give permissions there.
Peter Hessler. I administer a fairly old Mastodon instance on the Fediverse, BSD.network. We currently have 300 average weekly users, and I think it's been around for 6 or 7 years. I love this initiative. I would love to see RIPE come to the Fediverse. My major comment is please don't use the Mastodon software. It is trash. Like, I regret choosing it. However, migration away is quite difficult. As far as who should get accounts or not, I think an easy way to think about it is like, who would get a ripe.net email address? You would do this primarily for RIPE NCC staff, possibly have some that are for the working groups, that working group chairs can post themselves. And as far as moderation goes, there's 2 major types of moderation that you'll have to deal with. One is who your server federates with. There's a lot of, let's just say, extremely badly behaved people in the Fediverse that you will definitely want to block and prevent access to. There's a lot of content that is extremely illegal in Europe, so you want to definitely make sure that's not there. And then also a lot of people that are rather abusive in general towards anyone communicating. That will need to be ran by somebody who has administrator privileges on the server, so I'm not sure how you want to deploy that. The other one is blocking who is basically per account, how you moderate and how you block and respond to people. But I'm happy to talk with you offline about more of my experiences with this.
Thank you. We have only 1 minute left on the timer, so.
No, it's okay. We'll have some time.
Okay.
At the end, we have some Slack built in there. So no, I think this is important to get some feedback from the community. So I want to go to the back mic first. Sorry, Jim. Harry.
Hi, Harry Cross here. I will admit the concept of RIPE having an open Mastodon that people can sign up to should be quite frankly terrifying. The Digital Markets Act, or the Digital Services Act, is going to have huge implications on Mastodon. And I think that needs to be understood. And I really think also, especially with Federation, you're going to have potentially people with RIPE accounts seeing content that they're not going to want to see and associating it with RIPE. So I think that also has a potential reputational issue. I think Mastodon can be done well, and I think I'm just going to echo what Peter said, where it needs to be treated like a ripe.net email account, and the communications treated like that.
Thank you. No, this is all good feedback, and we're going to be making notes and thinking really hard about this.
Jim Reed, a member of the community and an antisocial member of the community. I don't do Facebook, Twitter, Mastodon, any of that stuff. I've got 2 comments to make. First of all, I welcome the fact we're having this discussion. I think it's great that we do this in this kind of forum and we think about these things. One of the initial slides mentioned reducing the reliance on email. And that rings alarm bells for me, because email is the prime method we do to try and make decisions and consensus in our working groups. So I think maybe the emphasis of trying to move into other communications media is fine, but I don't think we should be calling this a way of trying to diminish the significance of email. It should be complementary to that. So the mood music just doesn't sit right with me from what you were put on that particular slide. The other point I want to make, which is perhaps the most significant one from my point of view, is that we need some metrics around this. If you are going to set this up as a service or even as an experiment, we need to have some understanding of the rules by which we decide whether it's going to be a success or failure, or what we mean by success or what we mean by failure. Some of us might remember we had this experiment with a web-based forum to get into the email systems before, and it turned out to be a disaster. It was mostly used for spam, but then nobody was ever in a position to say, can we switch this off? Because nobody had been assessing any metrics for it or gathering statistics on its value. So when we're talking about the costs for Mastodon or whatever, I really don't care what these other things might be. We need to have some clearly understood basis for reviewing it and understanding if it's a success or failure. And that's not just about cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Will, Mastodon user. So I'm totally with Peter on what he said. I think the RIPE.net, who gets a RIPE.net account could get an account on the Mastodon server of the NCC. And I think that all the users here in this room of Mastodon, raise your hands. Yeah, okay, we've got a bunch. We probably already have an account, and we can either go and request an account on friends servers and so on. And I think that the RIPE server could be a platform to communicate, but it does not necessarily need to be something for the community, because we geeks built our own server probably. And but I still think it's a good initiative, but let's keep it as like a source of information maybe. And yeah, do not replace email, please.
Thank you, Will.
Matejka, RIPE NCC, speaking as a regular visitor of RIPE meetings. One thing I really liked about RIPE meetings like 8 years ago or so was that there were Twitter walls either on the screen when the stenography was not running, or in the hallways on the TVs. And it sort of like worked very well for networking. There is even this video of handing over internet, and there's my tweet in the background because it accidentally went there. I really like that. And of course, this is gone because Twitter, well, made it hard to create Twitter walls. But maybe if we go through this Mastodon way, it would be nice to try to reinvent this thing and do some Mastodon walls instead of Twitter walls during RIPE meetings. I think this would really like make the networking easier for people, and also like read short messages from other attendees on some like publicly displayed channel. Of course, moderation is an issue.
Thanks for that, Andre. So we had a Twitter wall, and we also used to show tweets with the hashtag of the latest RIPE meetings. It would have been RIPE 87 for this one on the RIPE meeting website. And we woke up one morning and the algorithm had changed, and we could no longer connect the API to it, and our feed had just gone blank. So the arbitrary decision making is something we're not happy about, just so that you know why the Twitter wall has disappeared.
Thank you, and thanks for all the feedback. I was going to close the... No, go on. No, you're the last.
Daniel Kahnberg, one of the RIPE founders, RIPE NCC staff member. In the past, I heard you say sort of, oh, we need legal review, and we need this, and we need to see what it costs and how it scales. That's all nice and dandy. In the past, we have just called something that we wanted to try a pilot, and got around a lot of these kind of friction, initial friction to get something off the ground. So it would be really nice if you could find ways to just try it, and try it with the community, and with the understanding that it might go away again if it doesn't work.
Thanks, Daniel. I take that you're volunteering to test our test instance. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yes. Brian has one more comment from online, and then we'll move on from that.
Despite the desperate need to cloud the mics. Herman Lindstromberg, speaking as themselves. As a regular Mastodon user, I support RIPE, NCC, and/or community efforts to get a presence on the Fediverse. I would propose to start off with RIPE official accounts, the ones which would get RIPE.net email addresses only, and potentially extend to RIPE members in the future.
Okay. Oh, no. I had closed the mics.
Oh,
I'm at the meeting. Please find me and talk to me after the session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Ulka. And we're going to continue this on the mailing list. I mean, I know Fergal wanted to be here and present this, and then he couldn't be here. But you'll all have an opportunity to contribute to that discussion on the mailing list. So this is not, we haven't made any decision yet. But yeah, thanks for the NCC taking this initiative to provide another communication channel for us. Next up is Valerie Aurora, Frameshift Consulting, with a lightning talk called "So You Think You Understand IP Fragmentation?"
Hello.
Something completely different.
Just a quick note, my husband is a lawyer who is available to give talks on the legal issues involving Mastodon instances. There we go. All right, are we good? Okay. Yes, hello. I thought I understood IP fragmentation, and then I tried to implement path MTU discovery. So what I found out is my coworkers didn't understand either. They were also network engineers. And I discovered a ton of people actually on the internet also had different ideas. So my question here was how to teach people something that they think they already know. I came up with Frag Quiz, a game to test your IP fragmentation knowledge. And I'm going to tell you about some of the challenges and solutions in implementing it, and then we're going to play it together. This means you're going to have to like raise your hands or something. And at the end, I'll tell you my a packetization layer, path MTU discovery implementation, which I think has the lowest possible latency path MTU search algorithm, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, a little about me. I'm Valerie Aurora. I'm a freelance software consultant. I specialize in operating systems, file systems, and networking. I've worked on a bunch of network drivers, TCP/IP, ZFS, ext4, union mounts, and most recently a VPN. All right, so I was implementing so this is path MTU discovery at a packetization layer, so below something like TCP. So your job is to find the largest packet that can be sent over the network to the host without IP fragmentation fragmentation occurring. So the other programmers told me that our software already never sent fragmented packets and that the don't fragment bit was set on all of our IPv4 packets. That was not true. We were all surprised. And when I looked things up on Stack Overflow and all that, a bunch of other people had very confident opinions about this. So I thought about I would love to tell people, I learned something like this, I think, how can I tell other people? So I thought about replying on Stack Overflow. I'm like, no, they'll just downvote me. I saw that happening to some right answers. I thought about writing a blog post, and I thought, no, people will just tell me that I'm wrong. I thought about writing a program to demonstrate it, and I thought, no, people will just be like, oh, I already knew that. And nobody needs to write this program, and I'm the one who's an idiot. Okay, so this reminded me of something I did many, many years ago, a lot of years, like 20 years ago, the TCP/IP drinking game. So the drinking part is optional. It was a session at early DEF CON conferences. I missed it. I was at the conference. I didn't go to the event. We're talking like 1995. There was no videos. So I just made something up, and it was literally just questions about TCP/IP. I printed them out, played the first game with Alan Cox and a bunch of other people who were in Linux networking. He had some really good questions to add. Yes, the teapot is in there. Everyone thought it was super fun, and we all learned a lot more things about networking. And just want to say the real TCP/IP drinking game I finally found out was just answering questions with the largest number of acronyms possible. Mine's better. Okay. So I decided to write Frag Quiz. This makes you guess what will happen. When a particular kind of packet is sent, it records that guess, and then it actually sends the packet and compares it to your guess. At the end, it tells you your score, and then it encourages you to send it to someone else, kind of like Wordle. Here are my implementation goals. I wanted it to have minimal setup, so people would, this is supposed to just be fun. I don't need you to configure things all day long. I didn't want it to require super user privileges, more on that. I didn't want to write any packet tracing code because I'm really lazy. I didn't want to get fooled by segmentation offload to the NIC or virtualization or loopback. I found so many bugs and things that I was not trying to find. I'm like, I'm not emulating this in any way. I didn't want to require running a separate server program. I hate that. iPerf, that's always the thing that bugs me. And I wanted to be able to test IPv6 with only link local addresses, more on that. So the thing that solved most of these things, which I'm sure half of you thought of just now, lower the TTL or the hop limit on the packet and use an unprivileged ICMP listener. A few operating systems allow you to open an ICMP listener for ICMP packets without super user privileges. Then you can set the don't fragment socket option to what the user requested on the socket that you open. You connect to any open TCP port on any server that's at least one hop away, although it ended up being more than one hop. Same thing for UDP. It doesn't need to be running any particular thing because the packets never get there after the handshake. So you set the TTL or the hop limit to a low value, send the packet, listen for the TTL hop limit exceeded message, and then you parse the IP header to find out what did it send. So this sounds easy in practice, in theory. In practice, I just found a lot of other bugs. In particular, this isn't a bug, it's just a lack of feature that Linux should consider if they want people to develop on their platforms as a macOS first developer, I say. macOS allows all kinds of, a bunch of different kinds of ICMP messages, including time to live exceeded, but Linux only allows echo request or reply. So you have to run it as root. I was like, play this game, run it as root. Well, you can do that on macOS without running it as root, but not for Linux. So yes, there's a kernel patch in mind to make this happen. Many networks just don't generate the TTL or hop limit exceeded correctly or at all. Thank you for I had to go to the RIPE meeting to get a network that did this correctly for both IPv4 and IPv6, but it's only the legacy network. I'll tell you exactly which one here. Okay, so lots of people don't have IPv6 connection at home. I don't have it at home. I didn't check. What was I thinking? I tried to make it work with link local addresses. I wrote a little tiny baby port scanner to be like, is anybody listening? And sometimes somebody is. It doesn't work yet. I think I need to force the hop through the router. So fortunately, we're here. Yes, use the Legacy 87 network if you want to run this. I'm not getting IPv4 TTL from the RIPE meeting one. Yes, and this actually kind of doubles as a check to see what your network does. Anyway, okay, so just a few implementation details. You may have noticed if the router reassembles the packet before it sends the time to live exceeded, you're not going to be able to tell if it was fragmented or not. Who would bother doing that? Well, actually, a lot, including my home access point. So what I do is the program automatically probes until it gets back the fragmented version of the time to live exceeded. So it's gone up to 6 on some of the networks. I think the RIPE one is 3 for both IPv4 and IPv6. My home was only 2. Yeah, so, and one of the fun parts about this is that the MTU cache in the OS changes the behavior, the path MTU, sorry, yes. And I'm still working on the code to clear that. For now, I just reboot. That's part of the fun. All right, I guess we're here. I'm so nervous. You know what demos are like, and I've been finding bugs all day long. So including one about 15 minutes ago. In fact, I just kind of left it in there and called it a feature. All right, so we're gonna vote and all that good stuff. Are you ready to play? Woo! Okay. 1 second. Okay. All right, we are probing. We're getting 3. Okay. If we send a packet 2,000 bytes long on a TCP4 socket with the do frag socket option, will the don't fragment bit be set? We're going to vote yes over here and then no over here. Put your hands up. Yes, the don't fragment bit will be set on the packet. Okay. And no, the don't fragment bit will not be set on the packet. Okay, we're getting no. Let's see what happens. Will the packet be fragmented? This is kind of a gimme. It's not going to. Okay. It's TCP. What do we do? Oh my God, what's happened? Don't fragment bit is set. So there we go. That's the next one. Okay, so if we send a packet 2,000 bytes long on a TCP4 socket with the do frag, let's see, it's the default is to run the default socket option, then the do fragment socket option, then the don't fragment socket option. So we will do it again. We will say yes. And this time it's right. Okay, let's see. Now we're doing don't fragment. So this is an interesting thing. What does it even mean for a TCP socket to have the don't fragment option set? Whatever it is, you can only do it once on macOS. Linux actually does define it because it's all about path MTU discovery, not about fragment or don't fragment. So will the don't fragment bit be set on the packet? Yes. Okay. Okay, and then no. All right, we'll say yes. I honestly don't know. I have no idea. I've been playing this all day. And I'm always like, wait, woohoo. All right, we got one. Let's see, now we're doing UDP6. 2,000 bytes long, UDP6, do fragment. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes, no, no, yeah, okay. Will the packet be fragmented? Yes, yep, no. All right, we have C, and I just want to point out, no matter what's happening, because I'm wrong constantly about this thing, people disagree. Yeah, okay. Really, it's so rare that it actually is right. Well, and of course, half the time it's a bug in my code. So, you know, it's not the existence of the next header, it's the type of the next header. But that was really hard to figure out because it was reassembling it. Anyway, okay, 2,000 bytes, UDP6, do frag. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes, no. Oh, it's the same. Oh, yes, yeah, let's just do it again because of the three things. So on Linux, there's more than 2 values. And the default is like weird, and it's not don't fragment or do fragment. So that's part of why if you run this on Linux, you're going to get want PMTUD, then you're going to get do frag, then you're going to get don't frag. Guess what? There's a 4th one, probe. Okay. We'll do the same thing again, just to give our score a little juice. Okay. Now we're doing don't fragment. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes. No. All right, I think that one's actually right. Oh, for once. I understood that. All right, TCP6. What does do frag even mean? Let's just, anyone care? Will the packet be fragmented? No, I think this one's a gimme, right? This is the one that I was like, oh, this is a bug because of course. So, okay. Do frag again, same thing. And then what do we have next? We have don't frag. What does it even mean? We'll say no. Haha, okay, we're doing better. All right, final, I think this is, we're getting very, very close. UDP4. This is old school. We've got don't fragment that actually means something. What do you think? 2,000 bytes long, do fragment. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes or no? No. Okay, say yes, yes, I agree, it will be no. Will the don't fragment bit be set? Yes. Okay, will the don't fragment bit be set? Yes or no? Okay, we're getting more no's. Okay, will the packet be fragmented? Yes, yes, no. Okay, great, we're getting there. So this is familiar. More familiar. This is the same thing again. Sorry about running it with the duplication. All right, and now we've got don't fragment. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes? Yes. No. Okay. It will. I do know that part. Ta-da! All right, we played the whole game. We got 15 of 19, which is better than I've ever scored. You've got the whole summary here, which is way too long to post on social media or something like this. This is the secret version of it that you can put on your Mastodon post. Yeah, so I think we've got a little more time. I'll just poke it at, show you on Linux one time. Let's see, which I just rebooted because I wanted to clear the path, the path MTU, the cache. The want PMTUT is the default, and it does surprising things constantly. So I recommend running it with UDP4 or TCP4. Let's see what happened here. Let's see. Yes, okay. With want PM2 so everybody, what does the default setting on Linux mean? It's never talked to this host before, it has no idea, there's no state. What does path MTU discovery want mean? Okay, so we're sending a packet that's too big for the socket. We have want PM2 set. Will it be rejected because it's too big? Yes? No. I think it's slightly more no. Will the don't fragment bit be set? Yes? No. Okay, we've got yes. Okay, that's a combination. Let's see, the packet was not too big and the don't fragment bit was not set. Let's see if that keeps happening. Let's say no again, and then we'll say no again. Will the packet be fragmented? Yes. All right, go. Yep. So what I always end up like running these a few times with the answers from the last time, and then being like, oh no, it's not the same. All right, now let's do TCP4. At this point, does it know about path MTU or not? I don't know. Will the don't fragment be set if we're sending a packet with the path MTU discovery want? Yeah, yes or no. Yeah, now we're getting to the like, what? I don't even know. But we've got one hand for yes, so let's go for it. Yes. I don't know. And then we see if UDP does the same thing. We said no. What did we say before? What did it do before? Before it had no don't fragment bit, and yes. It's different now. Welcome to the path MTU cache. Okay, I think we've got 3 minutes left, so I'm going to tell you about my my packetization layer search algorithm. All right, so credit where credit is due. I co-implemented this on a packetization layer similar to WireGuard. Sorry, can't say which one, with Salman Algemez and James Tucker. RC8899 says implementations could optimize the search procedure by selecting step sizes from a table of common path MTU sizes. I use some research published at RIPE meetings actually to be like, well, these are the path MTUs that are out there. Importantly, different than MSS. So we just sent all packets of all of the sizes all at the same time. And the biggest one that came back is the path MTU. So to keep it up to date, every 10 minutes you have a timer, you send a path MTU, your current path MTU plus 1 byte-sized packet, just to see if the MTU increased. If it did, you send them all again. It's got 1 round trip latency. There's only the timer that you have to have to re-explore the path MTU. It worked. Surely somebody has implemented this before. I couldn't find anything written down anywhere on the internet. So if you know someone who implemented that, please let me know. I would love for this to be part of things. All right, I guess we can have questions.
Shane Kerr, very quick question. How big is that table? How many packets are you sending?
It was less than 10.
Okay.
And we were trying to get jumbo packets. That was the whole point of it, is to automatically detect. I mean, it's not like every single one, but all of the binary search algorithms described are like, stop looking when you get this close. So it's like within 10, 20 bytes of pretty much everything you ever see. Yeah, next.
Andrzej Soletka, RIPE Meeting Tech Team. I would, first of all, I'm not very happy for you promoting the legacy network because we don't want people to use it. We really try people not to use it. And also, I would like to ask, did you by any chance did this testing on the main meeting network today around 12:08?
I have been so what I've been doing is like doing everything I can do on my phone's IPv4 network. And then whenever I have to test it with actual real internet, I come and sit in the back hall there. So
yeah, well, what I'm asking is that, yeah, we see a weird anomaly on NAT 6.4 that it has basically 100 kilo packets in and 200 kilo packets out, which means that incoming traffic is probably not fragmented and outgoing is fragmented, which happens usually when you send in 1500 bytes into IPv4. Yeah. And on IPv6, because it's 20 bytes more bigger header, it has to emit two fragmented IPv6 packets. Therefore, we have double packet rate on the one direction, which is very strange for a translator.
Wouldn't it be strange, and wouldn't it be nice if the path MTU was detected correctly? Because one of the things I find over and over again is that the tunnels are not generating packet too big correctly.
Yeah, that's like a very common issue.
Yep, and that's why you should do it. All right.
Please.
Sorry, Blake Maseo, if we have time for another quick one. Just curious, I don't know if you can disclose it or not, but do you have a specific use case for needing a larger MTU versus just setting it to like whatever the lowest common denominator that most of the VPN junk out there uses? I mean, this is really cool, don't get me wrong.
So here's my take, that the future of the internet involves a lot of, even inside of one organization's network, they often have to send a lot of data encrypted, and they want to just have that happen. And so that also needs to go very fast. So yes, I have been surprised to discover there are people who want automatic, highest bandwidth possible transfer of tunneled traffic. So, yeah. Thanks. I would like to know, I started out my networking career working on HIPPI, HIPPI, which has about a 64K packet size, or sorry, on that layer, so physical layer size. Yeah.
Are there any other questions, comments? No, nothing online. Good. Thank you. Thanks again.
That was really fun.
This concludes the formal agenda. Are there any other questions or comments for me, the RIPE chair team, or any other things I want to have discussed during the community plenary, maybe next time, or we still have some time now? Please, Rüdiger.
Rüdiger Volk. I have been attending all the RIPE and IETF meetings in person since it was possible again. So kind of my understanding of the remote part of our hybrid meetings actually works. What I observe is that in IETF, actually the really nice meet echo is quite strictly used, and kind of the remote participation in many of the working group sessions is pretty heavy, and I would guess that the strict use of the meet echo queue is a part of making this possible. Looking at how we are operating in RIPE hybrid meetings, I'm seeing that, well, okay, chairs or helpers are checking the question and answer thing, and the queue is essentially at least not used for people in presence. And once in a while, I observed that the meet echo queue was actually present, and the requests there were almost overlooked. again, I have essentially only done presence in the hybrid meetings since they are around, and I have no personal experience on the remote end. I think we should collect experience from there. And I would guess that actually making more use of the Meet Echo technology would help to be more inclusive towards the remote participants.
Thanks for that comment, Rüdiger. Yeah, I've seen that also at the IETF, and we can discuss this further also with the Meet Echo team. But also, I noticed that since we started here with the hybrid meetings, we were a lot less disciplined as a community to use the Meet Echo queue to manage the queue. The IETF was very amazing, surprisingly kind of disciplined. There even people in the room, they used the Meet Echo queue to answer questions. But no, we're definitely going to look into how to continue to make it more inclusive. And also, I'm really curious to see what the local hubs think about their experience participating in this meeting. Andre?
Maybe Neil?
Oh, Brian, my helper. Sorry. So Neil is next. You need to unmute Neil.
No,
you need to unmute.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah, it's working now?
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm what Rüdiger was describing from my experience earlier today. It's difficult to get in and it's easy to be overlooked. So it's something to put on the checklist for the next one. But what I really wanted to say was also something that may ring some bells with Rüdiger. When I came to my first RIPE meeting, it was RIPE 3, and I was working for an organization called EARN, which was founded in 1984. And I wanted to let people know that I'll be saying more on the RIPE list in due course, that there will be some kind of anniversary event in the new year. And if anybody who is present at this RIPE meeting is interested and wants to get in touch with me, this is a shout out.
Thanks, Neil. Rüdiger, do you want to respond?
Yeah, well, okay, just one remark. I had a couple of tries going to the mic in presence or remote. And yes, there is a learning curve, and kind of the contributions from Neil kind of confirm that. But, well, okay, the learning curve is short and it should be used.
Yeah, thanks for that. No, we really need to make sure that we include remote participants. That's like a reminder for myself and all other session chairs and working group chairs, I think, for the future. Thanks for that.
Ondřej Caletka, RIPE NCC, RIPE Meeting Tech Team. Regarding Meet Echo, I also had a chance to visit IETF meeting, and I would point out some differences from what we have here. First of all, with IETF, you are mandatory to use single sign-on, and you basically use single sign-on to authenticate yourself for a Meet Echo. In RIPE meeting, so far, we haven't had this requirement. So attendees of RIPE meeting don't have to have RIPE NCC access account. We don't enforce it. Maybe if we enforced it, and that's the question for the community, then we could make it much easier, because the other thing that IETF sort of requires, because it replaces these famous blue sheets, is that basically everybody who enters the room has to scan the QR code in front of the room and enter the mobile client, and therefore everybody has their mobile client with Meet Echo, and everybody can raise hand in the mobile app. And this makes the hybrid process much more straightforward, whereas here, again, we don't enforce that to give floor only to people who are raised hand in their mobile application, because it's quite struggling to pick up the link for the mobile application from your email that you received on Monday. So my point here is, we as a RIPE NCC can replicate what IETF has, so we can put Meet Echo behind single sign-on and require every RIPE meeting participant to use single sign-on, which will make it easier to log in to Meet Echo from your mobile, perhaps. The question is whether you participants or we participants actually want this.
Yeah, thanks for that. I see some other, yeah, Brian.
Peter.
Yes, Peter's next.
You're muted, or you need to request audio again, Peter.
Requested? Okay, there we go. Peter Hess, a remote participant. I have to say that having used the IETF system and the RIPE system for using Meet Echo, I find the RIPE system far, far easier. I generally do not have my RIPE credentials on my phone. What would I have to do to edit my Lear from my phone? And so I find the link from the email far easier to deal with. I just keep that email on my phone, click it, it does the thing, and I'm a happy camper. If there was a better app that would save credentials and save access, especially in the web interface, then that would make my life easier, because I could just authenticate once, keep a bookmark, use it for the week, and then delete it.
Thanks, Peter. Neil, are you in the queue?
No.
Could you mute, please? And then is Harry in the queue? Yes.
Yes, well, I just wanted to come off of Andre.
I'm sorry, you should probably still say who you are.
Sorry, Harry Cross, speaking on behalf of myself. I just wanted to come off the back of Andre's point and kind of give a bit of experience from what I've seen this week. I've spoken to a number of sort of people my age here, and I've actually been told I don't have a RIPE account. And I kind of want to figure a bit out why that's the case. I think that's more people who are here on behalf of an employer who don't necessarily interact with the RIPE community other than being here. But B, I think that just goes back to the Meet Echo point of, do we want to put a wall to interaction in there?
Can you clarify what you mean when you say RIPE account?
They don't have an account on RIPE.net, for example, at all.
Oh, the RIPE NCC access account. The
Yes,
SSO. Yes, sorry.
that.
No, yeah, and just to clarify. Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, no, exactly. I think that was Andre's point, that not everybody has that, and therefore we have a different system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Rudiger, do you want to add something?
Yes, well, okay. As far as I understand it, and I use the stuff, I think just the URLs for the Meet Echo that are distributed are sufficient to actually join.
Because you just joined on the Meet Echo queue and now you're at the queue. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll look into this. We'll see how that works.
Yeah, Ed Lewis, it's going to be a data point. Having gone to the IETF a few weeks ago and here, in terms of the in-room experience, I find it a lot easier to manage the Meet Echo queue for myself off the phone. And at the IETF, of course, when you go to the room, you scan the QR code, you get the credential and on there, so it works that way. Here, I didn't have that option. I used the laptop one time, and I found it bulky to have my laptop open and trying to balance that. So I think for in-person, I think making the Meet Echo queue management off of a mobile device is much easier. On the other hand, for remote attendees, I can see why the laptop is better. But I just wanted to add that experience for in-person.
Thank you. I think Andre has another comment there.
I have to react to this because I wonder whether people here were present on previous meetings, but the previous 3 meetings that happened after COVID, every time we used to put this QR code into your badge that was meant for to be scanned through a personal link that opened the mobile app. Well, it was a lot of work for us because it is a personalized QR code and you have to stick it to every single badge. And we haven't really seen people using it, so we stopped doing it. And but that was the way how we could like get you onto mobile apps. So well, we were thinking about all these solutions, how to get people to use Meet Echo. It would be really nice from our point of view to make everybody in the room on the Meet Echo mobile client so they could join the queue. But yeah, at the same time, like it has to have some kind of realistic expectations around.
Yeah, thanks for that. And
Speaking of people who joined the queue, by the way, Hans Petter is in the queue. Just
Yes, no, I'm just saying thanks for that, and maybe we didn't do a good enough job to advertise that or to make people aware of how the system works. But yes, next in the queue, Hans-Peter or Jen, whoever you figure it out.
Yeah, so just to make a point, it's really easy to click the link in the email. So this is not a technical barrier for the participants. This is really, if we want to do this, it needs to start with the chairs that gives priority to who is in the queue and basically tell everybody else that, sorry, you don't get to speak at the microphone unless you're in the queue. It's that simple. It's not a technical challenge. No, we can make it easier technically, but it's the human behavior that needs to change here. And I think it's a really great idea to give, the remote participants equal access. So I just wanted to prove a point. So.
Jelnikova, working group chair who could not join the queue because my phone is dead and there is no power to charge it. But besides that, I actually totally agree, right? As a chair, I do prefer people to join the virtual queue even if they're in the room because it's much easier for the chairs to know which order to call people. You also can see their names. If you don't know someone, it's much nicer to say the names and you over there on that microphone, yeah. But on the other hand, it's always an overhead because you need to remind people to do this. And people tend to forget about that, yeah, when they go to the mic, yeah. But in general, I agree, yeah, using the queue would be much nicer as long as you have power. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, we'll see how we can change human behavior before the next RIPE meeting. And as I said, it's also a lot on the chair, the RIPE chair, and also other session chairs and working group chairs to encourage people to do that. Right? No? You're saying no?
Nothing else in the queue.
Oh, there's nothing else in the queue. I thought you were disagreeing. I thought you were disagreeing with me. No, thank you, Brian. So there's nothing else in the queue. Is there any other topic you would like to bring up? Any other comments? Last call. If not, there's a bit of an early coffee break, or there's some, we're done early, but there's still a coffee break, and there's another session afterwards, which is the diversity and inclusion session, which is unfortunately in the other room, which is not very accessible, but we'll talk about that when we get there, hopefully. It's in the side room because unfortunately we have to empty this room. It's because the hotel needs it for something else tomorrow, and so they need to set it up. That's why all sessions tomorrow will take place in the side room, and today also the last session will take place in the side room. And then, of course, we have the dinner after this. So I hope we'll see you all at the dinner. All the information are online. I don't really know. There's shuttles, I suppose. But I haven't checked the time, so please look that up. Put up that slide.